Hello, everybody. My name is Markiplier.
Hello.
Hello, Mario.
Hello, motherfucker.
Oh, looky, looky, Mobius is here. That's a VIP, everyone. Welcome back from ads. Thank you for the pennies.
Welcome back. Honk. I got limited. Honk. I think, there we go. I think the reason why I get rate limited and you don't is because I have the same input over and over again rather than like different amounts of them. Honk. Also, the monitor arm finally came in. I have my monitor mounted to my desk now. Oh, finally. Thank you for the face rose, Veda. Hilariously enough, it's still more space because it's not, sitting on the mousepad. It's hovering above the mousepad. I forgot how big this monitor was. It is like twice the size or 2.5 times the size of the other thing I was using. I'm pretty sure this is a 27-inch monitor and I have it vertical, which means that it's pretty fucking tall. This is me looking up at my my preview window. And this is me looking at chat. And this is me looking at the time. So it's up there. But the only other option is to do it horizontal, and then it's too wide. So it hate you.
All right.
Back my goddamn hair. Why? Oh no, I picked something up. No, go back. I'm still messing around with the with everything. I should take a screenshot of this just so you guys can see how messed up this. It's not messed up. It's just, it's a lot.
Hello, Mario.
Hello, Mario. A new day. It's quite a bit. It's quite tall. It's here. If you're in the Discord, I will screenshot this and I will send it. I'll send it in the media channel so everyone can see. Nothing sensitive, no sensitive. Okay. So that's the way my OBS currently looks. It's not bad. My stream information and my like SEO, so the stuff that tells me like when people follow and stuff are in the same area. Because for the most part, I'm not using okay, hang on. Let me go back. There we go. For the most part, I'm not really using the controls at the same time. I need to be looking at the alerts. So if I'm not doing anything, I have the alerts. In a perfect world, those OBS settings are set and forget. True, in a perfect world. And I'm trying to get them to be set and forget over time. But I have issues with software not doing what software is supposed to do. So most of the stuff that's on screen is basically like, I need to start and end stream. I need to monitor my mic inputs or like volumes because I was playing back some of the fucking what do you call it? I was playing back the Elden Ring thing. And I was looking at the volumes. And like the raid sound, the Twitch alert from the raid was super fucking loud. And I was like, holy shit, gotta turn that down. And then I went into the settings, the volume settings, and I looked and it was at -28. And I was like, oh, so they just weren't appearing on stream. The only ones I really need to be aware of, honestly, at some point I'll just have my mic settings as my mic settings. I'll never have to deal with it again. But I'm kind of still messing around with them. Or it. So I need to monitor my mic levels. And I need to monitor Discord because not everyone on Discord is the same audio level. TTS is fine to lock and forget at some point. The game is kind of okay to lock and forget. Here's the weird thing.
I'm a little teapot short and stout. Here is my handle, here is my spout. When I get all steamed up, then I shout, oi fucking head D's ready.
Oi, fucking head, tea's ready. Oi, fuckhead, tea's ready. Yeah, that's funny. I like that. Hi, Hammy. So like my mic volume eventually will be set and forget. The TTS volume will eventually be set and forget. Discord can't be. The game can't be, because as I realized yesterday, most games are -12 and -14. When I was playing First Descendant, the game was so fucking loud, I had to put it to -20. I mean, I corrected. I know what you meant. I know what you meant. Miscellaneous eventually. I have miscellaneous locked. That is the SFX, I believe. Or anything that comes through mix it up. So I'll have that pulled down and locked. And I'm gonna be monitoring that through the course of the next couple of streams. And if it's good, I'll hide it. Sound alerts can probably be hidden, actually. I'll go ahead and I'm gonna move that from, I'm gonna do -4. And I'm gonna go ahead and lock that. Now, I don't get a lot of sound alerts. The main sound alerts I get are primarily from Oculus and Moist. I think Tardbark's done one. And those are like, once I get I mean, I could test it, honestly. You know what? Fuck it. Let's go test it. Let's get this out of the way, shall we? Let's go to the dashboard. Make sure it's on. All right, everything's good. I'm gonna replay this. So Oculus gets this twice.
I love you, Kobe.
Okay, that's very loud. So we're gonna unlock that. And we're gonna bring that to -10. So my purpose is that almost nothing goes halfway for the yellow part of OBS, except for me. So I'm the loudest. Anything above, anything in the yellow is Okay. Okay. That's enough fucking balls. Jesus Christ. So yeah, anything that breaks over halfway into the yellow is too loud, essentially. So I'll play this again.
I love you, Kobe.
That's all right. That's enough fucking balls. Yes, exactly. God damn, it's enough fucking slices. All right, and then we have Quack. Okay. Oh, that's the Husky again. We can do this one at some point. Okay. That still is a... Oh my god, somebody actually fucking redeemed it.
I love you, Kobe.
Oh, okay, well, I mean... No, you turned it off, Tardmark! I can only have one VTS thing on at a time. Oh no! Well, you get the super love. I'll go ahead and my life is ruined. That's okay. I can go ahead and refund the Ascend. Reject. There you go. Yeah, I think you can do Ascend in Big Doggo, but you can't do 2 VTS FX. It's my birthday today. Yo, Zentra, happy birthday. I hope your birthday goes well. I don't know why you're here. It's your birthday, man. Go have fun. All right, so we don't do that one anymore. It seems a bit loud. So let's bring that down to -14. I'll try that again. Okay, that's better. What do you guys think? Is that about a good volume for that? So that's not in the middle, and that's bothering me. Okay, we playing today? No idea. Might do First Descendant. Might do Minecraft. Those two games have been on my mind a bit more than others. Could do Dredge. We haven't done Dredge in a while, so we might do that. And then let me go to Soundwords. Yeah, I don't know. Can I? Hang on. Can I do 1920 by 1080 and it just goes to center? Or is this going to be fucking gigantic? Why? Why does it take up the whole screen? So if I do, let's do a fourth of it. Oh god, what's 1920 divided by 4? Ugh. 480. Okay. So we're gonna do 40 by, and then 1080 divided by 4 is 270. And then here? No, that looks too squished. What about the fart game? The fart game is you and your friends take turns farting. The first person to shit wins. Wait. Isn't it the first person to shit loses? Or are you like trying to shit on purpose? Oh, by the way, I got a new TikTok or Truth of Kingdom check for my Switch. Other than a horseback riding, which I just got back from. Hey, that's awesome. Okay. So I need to do. So this is bothering me. So I have to change this transform. Edit transform. Oh, I can do center to screen. Oh, I can do. Ooh. Center horizontally. Wait, so I can. If I grab this, I didn't know I could do this. Onwards. So if I grab this and shrink it. Okay. Then I can do center, hang on. Transform center to screen? Okay, kinda. Anything else I can do with this? Hang on. Oh, here we go. Center horizontally. Perfect. If I do this. Nice. It's still a bit big though. Now I can do this. I can do transform, and I can go center horizontally. Oh, that's not what I wanted to do. Sound alerts. Right click. Transform. Center horizontally. Ta-da! Alright, so now if I do this. Yay! Now it's in the middle of the screen. Okay, lock that shit and never touch it again, ever. Alright, perfect. I can lock the whole goddamn folder. Nice. Alright. Oh, the first person to shit wins. I feel like that's not how that's supposed to work. Okay. So that's good. That's good. Can I hide? No, I can't hide that. It'd be cool to hide sources. Like once you're done dealing with something, that you can hide it. Okay. Just the VTubers. Like I don't need to see the VTuber sprout information. Like I should just have this. I should be able to have this hidden. Honk. And not have to see it. Because it's always going to be the same. It's never going to move. I'm never modifying it or anything like that. Alright. Sorry, I got distracted. I was changing.
I love you, Go Bear.
Makes me smile every time. Alright, that should be good. I can lock that. Oh, that's muting it. I mean to do that. I can now lock the volume on that one. And we can go ahead and hide that. All right, cool. So the only thing we have left is Spotify, which I just like keeping an eye on. What did I just... Wait, what did I just hide? Wait, what did I just hide? God damn it. Yeah, that's fine to hide. Drone alerts. That's fine. That can be hidden. Lamps cable A. Sun alert. Wait, I had sun alerts 2 and... Alert. Wait, what? Am I dumb? Oh. Yeah, I think I am dumb. Hang on. Yeah, there it is. And... Hang on, did I fuck something up?
I love you, Go Bear.
Yeah, I had that at -14 as well. And then... Okay, here we go. Lock. Hide. Holy shit. Hi, Jackie. I'm sorry. I know stream's kind of boring right now. I'm messing with audio stuff, so I don't have to worry about it later down the line. Discord raw is fine. Desktop audio, we can hide that. Cable D TTS, I think was fine. Then if I try, I'm gonna do a TTS for us just so I can test this. Waka waka.
Waka walla waka walla waka walla waka walla waka walla.
Bringing you down to -14 as well. And then, because I'm a little loud. I'm about -10. I'll go ahead and lock that. And then I'll hide that. So the reason why I'm locking and then hiding is so that once I get a GBA SP, I would watch stream while playing Tetris. Yo, awesome. That's the thing is like, I'm a bit boring sometimes. There's sometimes where my streams are like really good and really fun, like when I do collabs. And then there are other times like this where I'm just like, I can't plan shit and I just, woof. Hi, Christy. I can't plan shit and I just do shit as I go, because it's just I got the ramen noodles today. I'm very, very happy about that. I'm messing around with my audio volumes for stuff for stream, so the way stream hears it. I just want to make sure I get a working one. I mean, chances are you probably will. Hang on. Oh my god. Holy shit, they're expensive now. Or at least this one's only... Okay, this one's only $70. Because, like... I mean, ideally, the only thing I think you really need, maybe, is the shell. Or not even then. Like, Hawk. Noodles! I know, I'm so excited for noodles. Maybe just the main board. Because, like, if you ever mod a Game Boy Advance SP, you're changing the screen out, you're changing the buttons out. Like, well, maybe not the buttons, but you'll be changing a lot out. So, like, hang on. Game Boy SP shell. Because I would love to have another one of these, honestly. I missed having an SP. IPS ready? Oh, IPS screen. I was thinking like IPS ready, like the fucking Nintendo can go underwater. My brain was like, what? I'm using CAD. Like, my first cashback credit card has arrived. Oh, Canadian dollars. Okay. My brain was like, what do you mean computer assisted design? Yeah, maybe one day I'll do another project where I have a Game Boy SP. Oh, dude, okay. Real talk. Plusha isn't here, and I'm sure Plusha would agree with me. I want to do a blanket fort. Like, I want to go back to my childhood, right? I want to make a blanket fort. I want to grab a bag of like fucking popcorn or chips, and I want to get a Game Boy Advance SP and like load up an old Pokemon game or fucking come on, brain, work with me here. Not Sun and Moon, Golden Sun or like shit like that, and play that because I don't know. I want to, you know? I think it would be really cool. But essentially, really all you need, there's so many mods for the SP nowadays. I think all you really need is you just need a working main board. And then you can change basically everything else. But they can get expensive. And then there's other stuff, right? Then there's stuff where it's like you can buy a pre-modded one. They're more expensive, obviously. But like I'm on eBay right now, and I'm looking at these eBay refurbished. They have like a better speaker. Let's see what the description is. I know you guys can't see it, but item for the description: 1 year all state warranty.
Hello,
Everyone. Hi, Duke.
How are you? Fine, thank you.
So it's the OEM motherboard, an IPS LCD, a new shell, new buttons, new lens. I don't know what the fuck the lens means. New button pads, better battery, and a new charger. So like, it's pretty cool. And I think retro like game handhelds are. Oh, I never thought about that. You know what? I never thought about that. You can get a Game Boy Advanced with be back in a bit. Okay, Hammy. You can get a Game Boy Advance now with a IPS screen. So like if you prefer the old like Game Boy Advance, the non-SP style, you can just get one of those with a light up screen. I don't know if the SP and the Advance have any differences between them other than the screen and the clamshell design. The clamshell design, I will say, helped a lot with keeping the screen from getting scratched. Like a lot. Like I used to see Game Boy Advances that were just absolutely shredded. Because you toss it in your backpack, or you toss it on the couch or something, and it'll lean screen down and it would just go across, right? So I don't know if one is better than the other. Maybe if you got bigger hands, or you're a dude, or you're over like 5'8" or 5'10" or whatever, then getting the advanced, the non-SP version might be better. Or if you got smaller hands and you're short or whatever, then the SP would work better because it's more the buttons are closer together. But I do remember playing the SP and feeling like it was too small and like it was too compact and it was kind of like cramped. So like getting some of the old school non-SP versions, just the old Game Boy Advance ones, might be worthwhile. I mean, nowadays you can just get emulators. You know what I mean? You can just get handheld emulators that'll run the game, and like no big deal, whatever. But there's something about having the actual device that's special, Where that's something that emulators can't reproduce is the physical design. And obviously they literally can, or else they would get like IP infringe sued from Nintendo, but yeah. I don't know. It's just very nostalgic, you know. Going through your game case, looking for games, like, oh man, I played that one, I beat that one, I beat that one. And I was like, man, I don't really like this game, but I haven't beaten it yet, so like, fine, I'll play it. Also great. So the reason why it's primarily on my mind, right, is I think it's because it's such a great low power gaming, you know what I mean? Like, if you have the original hardware, it doesn't use a lot of juice, and you can go for hours. And that sort of stuff is really important to me more now, because I'm going to be in a situation where power is going to be limited. So having stuff where it's just like, yeah, it's low power, but that's good. I don't know. Also getting old games and having like a collection to play and all that sort of stuff. I don't know. Just a thought. But okay. Oh, I should send Syndicate a message. I overslept. Yeah, it's fucking 4 a.m. Holy shit. Oh, that's WoW. WoW said she overslept. Let's see. Okay. Oh, I forgot to poke Beta and figure out what's going on. Beta, are you here? Are you still listening? I want to know what's going on. I want to know what you guys are doing with the Minecraft server, if you've got it all like situated and stuff. I saw the mod pack pop up in the Discord server. So you could probably do that for a little. Just to kind of see what they have now. God, I have so many first servers, I don't know which one it's in. Not that one, 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 not that one. That one. Mods. New mod pack. Alright, well. So, bunch of stuff, apparently. Oh, wow, that's a lot of mods. Oh, wow, that is a lot of mods. There's more? How many fucking things are in here? Oh, I can do that. There's like 50 mods in here. Sorry, there's 328. There's 328 mods in this. God, do I want to start doing this now? No, I should wait. I should wait unless I have done a return. Welcome back, Amy. I should probably not play on the server until beta comes back, because I'm just gonna be so aimless and lost. I'm so bad at playing Minecraft. We could fuck around a little bit more on First Descendant. I mean, I know Plushie just got to endgame, so I kind of might want to grind that out. I could just do Dredge. Let me look at my down to the bunch of games. We could play Balloons for a little bit. You guys up for Balloons? I can still talk to you. It's not a very intensive game. I have Marbles on stream. Vampire Survivors, which I have not played yet, as well now. We could do Power Wash Simulator. Okay, so I need to figure out who I'm going to do this with. Marbles. Yeah? I mean, we could do marbles. I have Untitled Goose Game. I need to figure out which of all of the people I can play that with is going to be most... It's going to sound terrible. But the best person for content. Because I want to make Untitled Goose Game into a video. So I want to find... You know, honestly, probably Beta. Because Beta's a fucking gremlin. I bet you it'd be super funny playing with Beta. So I'll figure something out like that. And then marbles. You can do marbles. There's not a lot of people here, though. It's a pretty involved game. Unless you just want to be the only person racing, Hammy. Uno could be fun as well. I want to try Uno with a couple other people. Marbles. Pretty funny. Do Power Wash Simulator as a chill out game. I haven't gotten too far at it. I've done the first couple of things. Gambling on marbles. How would we do that, though? If there's two people, it'll be super easy. Who wins? Right? It'll be basically you and Hammy fighting each other for your points. You guys want to do that? We can do that. It might take a second to get it set up, though, because I haven't played the game on stream, so it's not set up yet. I have no money to gamble. Is it because you're saving for VIP, you're not willing to risk any of your points? I don't have any good first-person games. First-person games. Single-player games. Oh, points? Yeah, I'd be down for that. No, not actual money. I don't think that's like TOS allowed. Delay and cross-character paid content sharing for the same account. Due to recent server instability, we have spent a significant amount of time optimizing the online issues. As a result, we have postponed the release of the feature brackets cross-character paid content sharing for the same account and brackets from August 1st to August 15th for a more comprehensive testing and validation. After the update on 15th, your paid assets will be accessible by any character under the same account. Dude. To express our regret for the delay of this anticipated feature, we will give each one of you a, quote, formula upholstered storage chest following the update on August 1st. With this formula, you can change the appearance of the large crate in your territory. The formula upholstered storage chest is our exclusive cosmetic gift to metas for the cross... Wait. Is our exclusive cosmetic gift to metas for the cross-character sharing feature. Once the feature launches on 15th, you can use it with any character for collection period after August 4th until the maintenance 15th. Log in to get the gift. Interesting. Okay. Okay. 27th, 29th. I'm reading stuff. I'm sorry. I will go all in on points. I have 2,500. I'm all fucking loopy this morning. Oh, sorry. Yes, this is for Once Human. No. Yes. Wait, this is for Once Human. What am I doing? I thought this was for fucking something else. But okay. This is. I was gonna say that particular game was getting interesting like updates and fixes and stuff like that, and I was like, oh, that's kind of cool. That makes me feel better about First Descendant because I thought it was First Descendant, but it wasn't. Now we're gonna go look at First Descendant's patch notes. Module storage increased from 10,000 to 1,500. That's good. Cooldown for Vulgus strategic outposts has been reduced from 5 minutes to 1 minute. So, Once Human seems fun. Yeah, we'll be doing Once Human tomorrow.
Once human, more like pounce human. Ha 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 ha.
Thanks, Tammy. So this sort of indication is stuff to me where it's just like facepalm. 5 minutes to 1 minute is only a change of 4 minutes, so it doesn't feel like a lot. But when you look at it in the aspect of they're decreasing the cool, Jesus Christ, Jacobs, they're decreasing the cooldown by 80%. Then it's a lot. And stuff like this makes me look at games like this and just be like, the devs have no... The developers are an in-house development team from Nexon, and I guarantee you Nexon has no idea how people play their games. With this adjustment, the reward amount at the fortress has been reduced. However, to ensure that it's still a popular hunting ground, we have set the reward efficiency to significantly higher than we originally intended. We hope to provide numerous farming spots to the first descendant, each with unique characters and usefulness to different descendants. Instead of reverting Valby Run to its original design intent, we have adjusted it to offer similar efficiency to other high reward hunting grounds. Okay.
Let's pounce every human. Ha 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 ha.
Hi, Jackie. Pound human. Additionally, we have shortened the cooldowns for all outposts so that players can play them more frequently without deliberately failing and no longer need to search for outposts with shorter cooldowns by moving around the map. We have also added gold reward special operations. Though issues like Fortress Outskirts and Valby Run, we are learning through the issues of Fortress Outskirts and Valby Run, we are learning what kind of play style our players enjoy. The experience of sweeping through and farming monsters is of a significant value in our game. Your feedback and interest drive the continuous improvement of the first end. We will always listen to your feedback to improve the game. I mean, sweet words, but everyone says that. TFD is somewhat pay to win. Yeah. I haven't gotten to that point. I believe it, but I haven't gotten to that point. But like I said, sweet words, but they're meaningless because every single developer, game director, whatever the fuck you want to call them, says your feedback is valuable to us and we will use it to improve the game. And it's like, look, it doesn't matter what we tell you if you don't take the words that we tell you and use actual good implementations that do fix the game. It's like, we heard that you don't like how long it takes, so we reduced it by 3%, which is like we are changing it, but not in any way that actually matters sort of thing. So like, it's cool that they seem to be trying to keep it in line, but I can tell you like now, one of the biggest problems, or I can get a SNES Mini. Yeah, you could do that too. One of the biggest problems with Korean-based games is that the difference between the way Korea plays games and the way NA plays things is so vast that in order to bring games over, you kind of really do need to change a lot about them. Because we just don't care about... I don't know what it is, but maybe something in Korea where they don't get games as frequently or whatever. But in North America, if you make a game super grindy and not safe netty, it ends up meaning that people grind and grind and grind and grind, and then they'll reach a breaking point where they still don't have it or they still haven't done it, and it's been X duration of time, and there's no... Well, you know, 80% of the way through the safety net, I'll just do the rest of the 20% and get it. If they don't have that, if the 6 hours of grinding is at the same point they were 6 hours ago, that players will immediately leave. And with that, you end up with games like Terra Online from Bluehost Studio in Korea, where They didn't have a safety net mechanic, and me and multiple people that I knew stopped playing because we didn't give a shit about spamming a number higher and like it taking like 3 weeks to complete it with no safety net. Whereas some people would do it 3 attempts and some other people took 130 attempts. That's not what our culture enjoys. You know, that might be something that Korea enjoys, but we don't. And it won't work over here. It just won't work. Netties has been surprisingly listening to all feedback with Once Human. Yeah, I was just reading patch notes over it, and I was like, oh, hey, you know, this seems kind of good. And I was like, you know, I dogged on this game a lot yesterday. Maybe I was wrong, and then I realized it was for Once Human, not for The First Descendant. And I was like, oh, whoops, wrong game. It's hard to make MMOs not repetitive. I agree. The trick is your core gameplay needs to be really engaging. So like there's a couple of okay, so I'm going to try to not get too ranty here, but once I start talking about game design, it's all off. It's fucking the gloves are off. RNG is not content. And I have been saying this for like 10 years. Making shit random is not a way of increasing playtime. You don't just, maybe you get it, maybe you don't, we'll find out. That is not a way people are going to enjoy playing a game. They're not going to enjoy constantly feeling like it's up to the chances of God of whether or not I end up with this item. It's not content. It's not end game content. It's not middle game content. It's just not content at all. It's not healthy for the interactions between the player and the game. It's just not good at all. And we've seen a lot of RNG shit throughout the years where I beat the boss. Will he drop the item from his loot table? Right? That's not fun. It's not fun to grind a boss endlessly until he finally drops the one item you need. Now, the flip side of that is that if the gameplay is fun and engaging and just the right amount of difficult, then it can be. Didn't WoW make drop chance mainstream? Yeah, pretty much. And drop chance has never been good. It wasn't fun in Monster Hunter World. It fucking wasn't fun in Terra. It wasn't fun in pretty much any game that is like you have a % chance to do something. And neither is wholly unrealistic grinding goals, right? Where you need to beat a boss 100 times to get the item. Because you end up on the flip side of things where with RNG, you need to beat a boss 100 times, but you don't know you need to beat the boss 100 times. So, like, you beat the shit out of the boss a lot, and then you eventually get the item. It's like, oh, it's great. And then on the other side of things is if they tell you you need to beat a boss 100 times, everyone's going to go, I'm not fucking doing that. Yeah. So, you end up in a situation where the best games are going to respect players' times. Right? So, you ask yourself, as a developer, what is a reasonable amount of time that someone can engage in this combat, find it fun, and like be okay, I'm starting to get bored or I'm starting to get exhausted and this is becoming disinteresting for me to fight. Right then, that's where you put the reward. So like if you need to beat a boss 10 times to get a reward, you can be like, okay, 10 times is kind of a lot, but I have all week. I could beat him like 5 times in a day, and it's not too bad, and I'll do like 5 times tomorrow, and then I'll be done with that, and I'll have the item. There is a level of gameplay design where you can do repetitive content, but you can make it not feel repetitive because there's a goal in sight in which you can end. You also actually need to fucking make content. I know somebody who spent 8 years doing one raid in WoW every week for a mount. The drop chance was solo. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's not content. RNG is not content. RNG is not longevity. RNG is not something people enjoy engaging with, especially if it's something you absolutely need. I can understand in that particular scenario if it's like shiny cosmetic item and like, you know, cool thing to farm for, right? Because in my opinion, we actually need that. You don't use RNG for your core gameplay loop. You don't use RNG for leveling up weapons or getting new heroes or fucking all that other shit. You don't use RNG for your core gameplay loop. What you use RNG for is you use it as something that, as a side, something people can do off to the side. Yeah, and that's even worse. So like, there's two main ways you keep players engaged in your game. Way number one is your core gameplay loop. That is the thing you do in the game. And for like MMOs, that core gameplay loop is beating dungeons, beating raid bosses, farming your weekly shit. Right? That's your core gameplay. That is the shit you release DLC for. That is the shit that you spend your hundreds of millions of dollars in development time trying to create and give to the players. Then you have your longevity stuff. Your longevity stuff is basically the things that are not essential to the core gameplay loop, and that it is items or things that people can go off and do and go off and have fun with and not feel pressured to do it. You don't fucking make a 1% chance mount give you an attack bonus for 30 minutes after you get off of it, okay? You don't do that, because then you have shit like Terra, where mounts change stuff and pets change stuff, and now all the fun cosmetic items now have gameplay implications, and now people feel obligated to go get it. You cannot, under any circumstance, have it have any impact, no matter how small. I don't care if it's 0.0001% attack increase. You can't do it, because unfortunately, our brains as human beings is wired to be the most optimal, be the best, make the best things. The second you add anything that influences your core gameplay loop in the sort of like offshoot items, people are gonna feel obligated to get it. People are gonna harass other players for not having it. It's not healthy for game design. And it's okay putting RNG over there. I played an MMORPG. You can put one stat ID on each piece of fashion. Yeah. Like, players will burn themselves out on games really fast. Like, if somebody enjoys the game, they will play a lot. And they will just finish it and be done with it and leave. Power World is kind of a great example of this. Yeah, exactly, Senna. Power World is kind of a good example of this. Power World's like, here's all your content. And then everyone did the content and was like, all right, I'm done with the content, and left. And that's fine. Because what you do next is you make more content. And then everyone comes back, plays the new content, finishes the new content, and leaves. You can't have a game where your primary core content is so long and so frustrating and so difficult to get that people can't actually do it in a reasonable time. Like, it's kind of a balancing act. If your core gameplay loop is really, really good and people really just like clicking the button on people's faces. So let's just use a shooting game, for example, right? High XTC. If people really enjoy your core gameplay loop, they enjoy the clicking on the people's faces, there's cool parkours and movement systems and like all the shit that they can do and they can interact with, and they feel like they're badasses when they're playing, and like the bosses are fun and punishing and like all this sort of stuff, right? And people enjoy playing it like fucking Dark Souls, but with
Batman,
guns.
Dark Knight.
Okay. Like Dark Souls with guns, right? It can be difficult, but you learn it, you fight it, it's great, and it's good, right? If people enjoy that, and your core gameplay is super well polished and super fun, then people's tolerance for shit being super low RNG or super hard to get increases because they just enjoy the game, right? And now that shit swaps. So if your core gameplay loop is kind of meh, and like people are like, yeah, it's fine, but it's nothing special, then their tolerance for shit taking forever to get with RNG or otherwise is really low. So, Dark Souls with guns, I need whatever game that is. Yeah, right? So, it's really important you balance your core gameplay design and philosophy along with how frequently and how much you're going to give them stuff. Because if it's super fun to play and it's super easy to get stuff, people are going to go through it really fast and they're going to be done and they're going to leave. Player retention is huge to companies, especially as live service games, because they want all the money and they want all the bullshit. But you get the best player retention by understanding why your players play the game, giving them shit that they enjoy playing by knowing what they play, and being good. And we'll get to that last one at a different point. Final Fantasy XIV is the only modern MMO that has done somewhat right. Still drop chances, but the core content is extremely engaging. And I agree. Final Fantasy XIV is a shining example of we know you, okay? We know gamers. We know that if we gave you the option to blow through all of the content in a week, that you would. So we have to put week caps on things because we don't want some players to get through all of the content in a week, get all geared up, and have your casuals feel like they're super far behind and they're left out and they're catching up all the time and people are playing better than them and all yada yada yada. There's a level of like restricting your best players to just make it so that your casual players can feel like they're still catching up or still getting to play along because, you know, not everyone has the time that hardcore players do. And I'm going to give you a great example. Okay. I'm going to give you guys a great example of a game that's suffering hardcore and that's not being fixed because of a lack of funding and a lack of creativity and money. Not a lack of funding as in not a lack of money as in a lack of funding, but a lack of and money being a punishing part because they're trying to milk the IP for as much as they can get. Once Human, I find people comparing it to the wrong games. Like Pirate Software is comparing it to Diablo. Well, it's more of a casual, friendly version of Rust. Yeah, it is. I agree. It's still like a looter. It is a lot like Destiny and Warframe had a child. No, wait, that's TFD. No, it's a lot like Destiny and Rust had a child. Because it feels like a looting shooting game, but it still feels like a create and develop game. But so the game that I was talking about previously is Overwatch.
Ads are going to start in a couple of minutes. Please be patient.
Okay. Overwatch. I will continue to rant about Overwatch until I'm fucking 6 feet in the ground because I was so enamored when that game launched and I loved it so much, and to see where it is today just breaks my heart. And the biggest problem with Overwatch is there is nothing in the game that is keeping you playing the game. There is nothing that is in the game that you can level up that actually matters. And people will be like, well, you can level up your hero rank. And it's like, okay. And? I was like, well, you get, you get icons and like player banners and shit. I'm like, okay. And do I get to see any of that when I'm playing the game? Well, no, it's, only if people go in the social. So it's like, okay, so you're saying that the thing that I can invest time in, I never get to see playing the game. No. And why the fuck would I do it? Right? There used to be a grind for Golden Guns and competitive. And people started just hating the competitive system to the point where no one wanted to do that anymore. And yes, I agree, Santa. But they don't understand. and I really wish I could tell them this, but they don't understand that you have to have player retention that is not just your core gameplay loop, especially when your core gameplay loop is suffering. Overwatch has been suffering in its core gameplay loop for a very long time because they don't know what people want, and they don't know how to cater to the psychology or the psyche of the players. What I mean by that is that if you're playing a MOBA game, there's the whole long engagement system of like you expect things to take a bit of time, or an RTS. You expect things to take a bit of time, things to be developed, things to, move around and be fluid before something pops and everything goes in. If you're playing a first-person shooter game, people are like COD and arcade and games and like fucking Battlefield where I should be able to die and come back really fast and be immediately back into the action. And they're trying to do both, and it's not working because those two things are diametrically opposed. They cannot exist in the same space. You can't have something that takes forever to happen and something that happens quickly. You just won't. What that means is essentially they don't know how to fix the core gameplay loop. And because of that, we also don't have anything to play towards in the game. All the mythics, all of the skins, everything that is the I want to show off or I want to have fun or like any of that sort of stuff, all of that is basically locked behind money. There has not been a single fucking addition to the game where you get to grind out wins on a character for a skin. Why not? Why isn't there anything for skins or anything for achievements or anything like that for playing the game? You agree to give up ownership for a license agreement. If you don't click agree, you can contact support and get a refund. Oh, that's interesting. So that's what everyone's doing. You're not buying the game anymore. You're buying a license to access the game because fuck you, I guess. So it's gotten to the point where like, let's talk about funding. Okay. So Microsoft has cut the lore development team, and it's become very apparent that the studio or Team 4 or whoever's the development team behind Overwatch right now is just not getting enough funding. Or they're being super hardcore put on the rails of what they're allowed to do by the management team. There could be so many things of like, okay. Flats and I think Pirate Software would probably both agree with this, that Blizzard in general, right now with Overwatch, at least specifically Overwatch, I think is being incredibly short-sighted. Incredibly short-sighted. Because every single thing they put in the game so far feels like it's been done for the purpose of short-term monetary gain. Like, I'm going to tell you right now, okay? Mercy is one of the, if not the highest cosmetic selling character in the game. Mercy dropped with the Mythic store where you can buy the Mythic skin. So the players who don't have the time to play the Battle Pass to get the Mythic skin could instead spend $80 and guarantee themselves to get it. Because Blizzard also knows that Mercy has an extremely high casual player base. The ones who are just like, I want to fly around and hold left click or right click. So they dropped the ability to straight up buy it for $80 when Mercy's Mythic launched. I can guarantee you the shot in the arm that they got for that money-wise was one of the biggest things they've ever done. And compounded on that, they also did the Breast Cancer Relief Foundation, where 100% of the proceeds went to the charity. Now, before I talk about this, I just want to say I am happy that the charity received literally millions of dollars. It's good.
Welcome back from ads. Thank you for the pennies.
But I can also tell you that Blizzard didn't do that out of the goodness of their heart.
Hi.
Hi, Oculus. Blizzard did the Breast Cancer Relief Foundation skin because they want a tax write-off. Because what they said was essentially, God, this bothers me. If we literally spend 8 hours of one person's dev team time to just slightly recolor the skin and then make the staff do different effects, if we spend 1 hour, not 1 hour, we spend 1 day, at most, if you're paying that employee $100 an hour, right? At most $800 in wages. If we spend $800 in wages, we can get $3 to $5 million in a tax write-off. So what did they do? Immediately after Microsoft bought them, on their, I think it was their second quarter earnings report, because this was not that long ago. So yeah, it was probably their second quarter's earnings report. On the month that they had to do their second quarter earnings report to their investors, they launched the Breast Cancer Relief Foundation skin. And that was the same season where they also had the Mercy's Battle Pass skin that you could buy for $80. They had a massive spike of sales and a massive tax write-off in the Breast Cancer Relief Foundation fund. I guarantee you the reason why they did that is because they wanted their first or second, I'm not sure, but I think first, they wanted their first earnings report to their investors under Microsoft for the division of Overwatch to be the best it's ever been. And I know this because that is exactly how a business would operate. That is exactly what they would do after a buyout from a higher organization, is they would essentially try to prove that, like, hey, we're worth it. We're here. We're earning the company money. Please don't cut our funding more. It bothers me. It bothers me because Overwatch has the potential of being a great game, and it's being smothered to death by investors and people going, it's not making enough money. 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 And going and forcing more things to make money down our throats instead of giving us a reason to play the game. Games are not a fucking storefront to sell things. Games are games in which you sell things associated with it. There are so many games that have become basically, we're selling you a playground, and if you want to do anything in the playground, then you have to come spend money. I'm giga tired after work today. I just want some sleep. Okay, Oculus, thanks for hanging out. I appreciate it. And I would just want to get out of my system before I read messages. Black Ops 6, for example, people saying Microsoft didn't change anything. Realistically, we have to wait for the next COD to see any changes. Black Ops 6 was too far into development for Microsoft to come in and change everything. Yeah. I mean, fucking, if it came out within a year after Microsoft buying things, still wouldn't have changed. They need like 2 to 3 years ahead of time. Dude, I really, really loved Overwatch, and it's bad when the consumers are starting to see the internal struggles of the company from like an outside perspective. It will continue to people stop spending thousands on microtransactions. Oh, 100%. But the issue is that, right, so this was my point. Blizzard right now, and Activision, maybe not Microsoft, but Blizzard and Activision right now are so focused on short-term gain because they're trying to prove themselves, or they're trying to recoup costs, or whatever. So they keep putting shit in the game that you can buy. They keep putting shit in the game that's like, what's another avenue that we haven't gone down that people could spend money on? Oh, I know. How about weapon skins? I'm like, oh. Okay. Oh, and you can level up the weapon skins. Through playtime? No, you have to spend money. Okay. Sure. And like, oh, and you know that feature that we showcased for Overwatch 2 when we were doing the marketing. Yeah. The weapon inspect feature. You guys finally put in that game? Yeah, it's a part of the mythic weapon skins. Wait. So the thing that doesn't have any specific weapon interactions is only for specific skins. Yes. I'm gonna fucking kill you guys. Because that was a marketing sales point for the game that wasn't in the game. And now it's like almost 2 years later and you're finally putting it in the game. But instead of putting it in the game that is accessible to all people, you said, fuck you guys, buy it. Like, I understand that you need to make money. I get it. I understand. But if you don't keep your players engaged in the fucking game, you're not going to have anyone left to sell to. It doesn't matter how big your whales are. Your whales aren't going to buy anything if there's no one to play with. And I swear to God, they don't understand that. Like, I don't think they understand that. They're making money hand over fist right now with what's already in the game. Outside of anything else they add. Just the battle pass alone, I guarantee you, is making them enough money that they could continue operating. Especially for how small their dev team has become. And they're not implementing features that is player retention. That isn't true. You're not entirely wrong. But a lot of the times, the psychology of being a whale is showing off that you bought things. You're not going to spend money on stuff that you can't show off. And if you can't show it off because no one's playing the game, you have no incentive to buy it in the first place. So it's not so much they're playing because they spent the money. It's more about why did they spend the money in the first place? And if spending the money in the first place came around to showing off what they have to people, then they'll buy it. And if those people leave, then yes, maybe the whales will continue to play because they sunk thousands of dollars into the game, but they won't buy anything new because they have no reason to buy anything new because they don't have anyone to show it off to. So your whales are playing, but your whales aren't spending money anymore, which means they're no longer whales. You have to have player retention in your game, which means you have to sink cost that you're not going to get back in the short term in player retention. Where you get that cost back is by keeping players around long enough that when you introduce something in the future, they'll buy it then. You're not actually losing money now. You're investing it in players and you're investing it in the player base so that they'll spend the money later on things you add later. Microsoft started development on WoW 2, so maybe we'll have an Overwatch 3. I mean, with the way that it looks, oh God, I hate to even say this, but with the way it feels right now, it honestly does kind of feel like the dev team is being split or the dev team is super bare bones. Because they have, I don't even know how to explain this appropriately. The biggest difficulty and the biggest cost in a game is your initial development cost. It's making the game engine, right? It's making the first 30 characters or 20 characters or whatever, right? Making all of those abilities, all yada, 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 yada. That is where a lot of your money is going to go first. And you need a large dev base so that when you go, I want 20 characters in this game and I want to release it in 2 years, we have to do 10 characters a year, which is a character a month, roughly, right? I need a big enough dev team that we can get a character a month out. Then when the game launches, you're going, well, I'm not making a new character every month. I'm making a new character every 4 months. I'm going to axe 75% of my staff. I've now axed 75% of my costs as well. So the dev team right now might legitimately be like 50 or less people. And for Blizzard, that's nothing. It's nothing. Now, that's all speculation. I don't know any numbers. I don't know anything like that, right? But legitimately, it's gotten to the point where I genuinely feel like they are keeping the minimum amount of staff members they need to do exactly one battle pass for the seasons and exactly one character every X amount of, like, they're trying to get their staff quantity to exactly what they need to do in order to maintain the game and not really drive innovation within the game. We've had attempts at taking the PvE stuff for Overwatch 2 and putting it into the tower defense thing, or putting it into different game modes, which is fine, or putting it into Hero Mastery or whatever, right? The Hero Mastery system is pretty cool, but it's not long-term engagement. The Hero Mastery is, I'm going to go do this for a little bit, and then I'm bored, I'm done. The Hero Mastery is cool for leaderboard chasers and is long-term engagement for a different audience. You're trying to sell speedrunning to PvPers. PvPers, for the most part, aren't speedrunners. So, like, this is what I mean, but it just feels like they don't know what they're doing. They don't have a direction that they want to take the game. They're not investing in the long term. They're not focusing on the psychology of players and why they enjoy playing and adapting their game to the players. Like, this is a multi-billion-dollar company, or at this point, potentially, no, multi-trillion-dollar company, because now it's owned by Microsoft. So, like, they could spend a lot of money and make a great Overwatch game. They could spend a shit ton of money and do a bunch of characters. They could reinvent systems, right? They could make skill queue versus casual queue, in which you have access to different heroes. And, like, in casual queue, you have access to the low skill heroes, and in skilled queue, you have access to high skilled heroes. Like, they could do a lot of different systems. They could do a lot of different implementations. They could invest in their player base. They could make mythic skins lock behind a number of wins for characters, which means people will come back and grind the mythic skins because they don't have the money. Like, if everything costs money, you're ostracizing the player base who doesn't have money. What is left? What is left for players who don't care about the cosmetics? What the fuck do you have? You have literally nothing. If you play Overwatch and you don't care about the cosmetics, you have nothing. The only thing you have is the core game. And if the core game is boring, or you feel like the matchmaker isn't on your side, or like whatever, you're done. That's it. Once the core gameplay is no longer fun, there's nothing keeping you around. And, like, how the fuck hasn't Blizzard figured this out yet? If they make an Overwatch 3, wouldn't 50 devs be enough to maintain the game until new release? Yeah, exactly. That's kind of my point, is that I feel like, that's not something that's incorrect. I feel like there's a very high probability that we're on a skeleton crew that is just maintaining the game for something else. And, Final Fantasy did this. Final Fantasy's a fucking phoenix, dude. Final Fantasy came back from the ashes of a game that should have never existed. And Yoshi P should be revered in the game industry for his capabilities and understanding and desire to reinvent the system. The dude, like, basically took the game and redid it from the ground up. Guy's insane. What do we really have for first-person shooter games? We have Overwatch, Apex, XDefiant, and COD. Battlefield just completely died. So, Battlefield is coming back. I think potentially in a big way, if they do it right. There's a lot of people, I think, in DICE Stockholm that understand the game and understand what players want. EA, no. Wait, is EA? It's not EA. Who fucking publishes Hang on. Who publishes Battlefield? Was it EA? I think it was EA. Yeah, so EA. Okay. So, I don't know if you know this. A boyfriend isn't totally dead, but is hanging on by their pinky. EA. Oh, Battlefield. Wow, boyfriend. Jesus Christ. Electronic Arts basically tried pulling an Apex Legends with Battlefield. And I don't mean this in a like hyperbolic way. I mean this in a literal way. If you go and you look at, there's some things online, and they might be gone now, but there were some things online talking about developers who left, either left DICE or remained anonymous. And there's some, I highly recommend this video. You can go watch Death of a Game for Battlefield 2042. And there's a lot about how Electronic Arts essentially was trying to make a battle royale game. Did they remove destructible environments? They removed large scale destruction, if I remember correctly. So Levolution, or whatever the fuck they wanted to call it. I believe that wasn't in the game, but blowing out walls and stuff like that, I believe was still there. But Electronic Arts basically came to DICE and said, you know, we want characters instead of no-name soldiers, right? Because we want to sell skins and we want to sell like whatever. We want characters. We want characters that have their own specific loadouts, large map, low squad. Okay, so all that sort of stuff. They basically went to Battlefield and said, we want a Battlefield game that is a battle royale that mimics Apex, because they're making, or were making, so much money with Apex that they just wanted more money. And the dev team, Battlefield 3 and Battlefield 4 are 100% some of the best. I never got to really play 2041 or whatever the other one was, and the kind of OG Battlefields. But I really enjoyed Battlefield 3. I love the planes, and I loved Battlefield 4 as well. But essentially, they took DICE and said, go make Apex Legends and Battlefield. And they tried to. And what ended up happening was basically halfway through the development cycle, they went, guys, this isn't going to work. Like, our player base is not going to enjoy this, because it's such a huge deviation from what Battlefield is that it's not going to be well received by players. And there was a lot of internal struggle. And what ended up happening was they made two different game modes. A lot like Firestorm and like Battlefield 5 or whatever. They basically made the extraction shooter because EA saw Tarkov was taking off and went, well, we could just do that. They did the extraction shooter, and then they did like the Battlefield main game mode. And when the game launched, there was such a plethora of bugs and such a lack of features that it was so fucking obvious that the game itself was like, didn't know what was going on. Guys, they didn't have a scoreboard. If you look at all the features that were missing on launch of 2042, and you said, would this make sense for a battle royale game? Instantaneously, it starts making sense. Instantaneously. There wasn't a scoreboard. There was no like team VoIP. You had squad VoIP, but not team VoIP. The way the maps were laid out were very like point of interest based. Like you had this point of interest and that point of interest. Oh, well, we could just turn that into Conquest, right? There was a whole lot of design, 128 players per team, right? There was a whole lot of design that just reeks of a battle royale game that got changed. And so it fucking flopped because when they launched it, it wasn't a battle royale game and it wasn't Battlefield. And everyone went, what the fuck is this? This isn't anything that's even remotely close to Battlefield. All of these voice actors and game characters are like, God, this is bugging me too. Haha, oh my God, I shot you dead. You suck. Like, the theme or the fucking atmosphere of gaming, pretty much as a whole, recently has become so gamery. Like, the dialogue options, or not the options, but the dialogue that's coming from characters literally just sound like it's pulled out of a fucking VoIP chat in the game. Like, do you know how many like gamer girl character styled characters have been fucking put into games recently? I'm not saying I blame Diva, but I kind of blame Diva. Like, that style or way of talking has been just implemented in everything. There's not a serious game that's been launched, it feels like. Wasn't OG Battlefields technically a battle royale with 64-player lobbies, more as two major armies fighting each other? Well, so the thing about a battle royale is primarily that one minor squad wins. So a battle royale in its like game design's philosophy is a shit ton of very, very small teams, and if you die as a team, you're out of the match permanently, and one team wins. So it's like King of the Hill. And I think it spawned like way back when in like an Arma 2 mod, and then we had like PUBG, and then we had H1Z1, and like that whole thing took off. The original Battlefields were kind of more like Planet Side, where yeah, you have two armies going at it, but you could respawn instantly on a map or like whatever, right? It was very push pull. Play Mass Effect and other older BioWare games, yeah, you know, it just, for some reason, the seriousness of games have just been fucking sapped dry. I mean, even to a degree, okay, I'll give Baldur's Gate some leeway, because Baldur's Gate is kind of like a D&D game, and D&D has always had this weird flirtiness with kind of haha playful and also semi-serious. So like there's some waves of tonality that you go through in Baldur's Gate. So I think Baldur's Gate as a D&D game fits it really well. But Baldur's Gate is kind of also an example of things being kind of fluffed out. The main games that have been like darker have all been like single player games. You know, we haven't had a grim like multiplayer game in a while. Or at least not one that's hit mainstream that I am aware of, because I'm observing, you know, the game market. I'm a gamer, but I'm not like an indie gamer, you know? I'm not like somebody who's like, I must find all of the games to play, right? I am very much so what you would classify as the casual gamer when it comes to accessibility and desire for games. I like my AAA studio games, you know, I like well-polished movement mechanic systems and like all that sort of stuff. Have I played indie games? Oh, fuck yeah. But there have always been indie games that other players around me have played. You know, I haven't found an indie game. I was like, oh my God, everyone has to play this. You know what I mean? I've always been on the, wow, Raft was really fun. Okay, I'll go play Raft. Wow, Subnautica was really fun. Okay, I'll go play Subnautica. Wow, Valheim was really fun. Okay, I'll go play Valheim. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not the one finding those games. I'm the one that's kind of like getting on board after. But to me, it feels like a lot of the first-person shooter games have just not been dark or grim or like, you know, edgy or like realistic. You know, they've always been high fucking Fortnite, bright colors and big shiny shit and skins and like dances and shit. You know what I mean? And hats. Goddamn hats. There was a serious game, but it's mostly dark and edgy. There's one. It's a battle royale. It's a fuck. What's it called? It's like Dead by Daylight is another good one. I'll give you Dead by Daylight. Dead by Daylight is in the modern eyes. And is like that kind of like grim, darker sort of story to things. Like I'll give you that. But there's also one battle royale game that I know is like a flintlock pistol sort of weird system sort of thing. That is also kind of on the grimmer side of stuff. Millennials and Gen Z's game style is like night and day. Yeah, 100%. Over the last 10 years, games have become extremely easy compared to what they used to be. I mean, there isn't a learning curve anymore. Hunt Showdown. Thank you. Yes, Hunt Showdown. Yeah, there's it's really tough, right? It's really tough because on the one hand, I think all games should be accessible. I think that we shouldn't. It's kind of difficult because we shouldn't gatekeep a hobby. You know what I mean? I'm not saying that making a hard game is innately gatekeeping, right? That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is we shouldn't purposefully make things really difficult for the sake of keeping it accessible to hardcore gamers. Now, you need to be careful with that because in like games like Overwatch, you shouldn't allow lower skill players to level the playing field with higher skill players just because they're using a hero or an item or whatever that gives them an easier time to play. Skill expression is very important in games. But gaming nowadays has had a very... Oh god, I gotta sneeze. Oh god. Skill expression in gaming has become very wide. And I think that's something that not a lot of people have in their mind. Back in the day, the early 2000s, mid 2000s, whatever. Gaming as a whole was a very niche, very small market sector. Thank you. And because of that, there wasn't a lot of players. And because there wasn't a lot of players, the skill range was like the skill width of good players, really good players, and casuals were all kind of more narrow. As games become more accessible, more mainstream, bigger industries than movies, like whatever, the amount of people playing has increased, but so has the range of like people who are okay is now bigger. People who are really fucking good at games is now bigger. People who are really fucking bad at games is now bigger. And we're starting to the point where we're having a difficult time mixing those groups together. Where like you can't make a game for really skilled players because you ostracize everyone who's not skilled. And you can't make a game for your skilled casual players because professionals or whatever aren't going to be interested in playing the game because there's no skill expression. There's a weird like fine line with games that we've come to, at least with PvP, where you're kind of screwed on both ends of the spectrum. Elden Ring, thankfully, is still around, and kind of to a bit of the same degree, Armored Core. I just think newer games baby newer players, or less skilled players, which hurts the game for seasoned players. The accomplishments of getting good at a game used to feel so good. Yeah, the accomplishments of getting good at a game is exactly that. It's skill expression, right? Take Titanfall 2, for example. When you first played Titanfall 2, you had no idea what the movement texts were, right? But when you invested in the game and you invested in doing something that was difficult and you invested in being able to express yourself in a skillful way, you all of a sudden were untouchable. But we need to be careful because if you move too far in a direction, if you let the skill ceiling get too high, you end up in a situation where new players are going to leave before they can get to that point. Now, this is a whole different thing about matchmaking, right? Like matchmaking as a whole, players interacting and all that sort of shit is a whole separate conversation because really, really good players and really, really bad players, we don't know if they should interact or they shouldn't interact, or like, should they queue together? Should they not be able to queue together? Should they queue against each other? Shouldn't they be able to queue against each other? Like, that is a really hard thing to discuss because that changes with player population. It's not static. It's very dynamic. We need games that can balance fun but still have skill. Exactly. A good example is XDefiant. All these players that were really good at COD sucked. I'm guessing you mean sucked at XDefiant because it was built around skill. They didn't have all the handicaps that made them better. Right. The last COD game that I played that I enjoyed, I think, was Black Ops 4. It was the one game where you actually had to like regen your own health by hitting a button where you like stim yourself. And I had fun with the game. it definitely felt kind of old schooly, and I enjoyed it. But we have this issue where what do we do? Because I firmly believe, I very much so firmly believe that capitalism killed gaming. Capitalism has killed gaming. Money has killed gaming. Because gaming is such a new industry. It's only been around for like maybe 20 years at this point. No. Not even 20 years yet. Not in the way that we understand gaming to be, right? Gaming that we understand it today kind of spawned around 2012. Late 2010, early, somewhere between 2010 and 2015, right? That's kind of where our gaming today has spawned from. It hasn't even been 15 years yet. And what we've gotten to is basically video games are now a storefront. You get to kind of interact with the game, and now if you want to do anything, you have to spend money. We've gotten to the point where game design is around spending money, not around having fun. 360 and PlayStation 3 era, I would still say no. Because around that era, we didn't have aggressive DLC marketing. It started as in it was there, right? But I remember the developers and Activision. I remember them releasing something where they said we weren't sure if $5 was too much for a map, right? They were still extremely hesitant about DLC for games because they didn't want to split the player base. They didn't want to have all these issues that was going to cause, and then they got a fuck ton of money for it. So I would say around the beginning of the PlayStation 4 era, end of PS3, beginning of PS4, wherever that is about when games started getting real heavy into that system. I would say probably about a year or two before Fortnite launched. So let's look at Fortnite. Fortnite. Oh, hang on. It was before Fortnite, but because we had loot boxes before Fortnite. Okay, so that was 2007. So I'd probably do about 4. Yeah, so around 2013. So like 4 years before Fortnite launched, or whenever the fucking loot box apocalypse came down on us, that is when that. Yeah, so let's do PS4 launch. We'll say it's just started around the launch of the PS4. 2013. Okay, there you go. So as I said, 2013. So around the beginning of 2013 is when I feel like game companies really started pushing microtransactions and DLC and like all this other shit that was pulling in more money than their actual games were. I think COD was really the only game that had quarterly DLCs back in the 360 days. Yeah, they did, but it wasn't it wasn't egregious. Like we had like BF3 had the same thing, right? So we had like close quarters in Battlefield 3. We had car can at Battlefield 3. In Call of Duty 4, we had like map DLCs and stuff like that. It was around that time was when people were like, oh, this is cool because like this is content for the game that we get after we bought the game. Like this is really cool. Now we can play the game and now we get more stuff later in the game cycle, which is new and refreshing, and like I can still play the game, right? But it wasn't egregious. It was about as balanced as I think it will ever, like it was ever, where yes, you had to buy things, but the things that you were buying felt like they breathed the life into the game again. And, most of the time it was maps and guns and stuff like that, right? So for the most part, I didn't think it was too bad. The really, really egregious stuff, the really bad things, I feel like started happening in 2012, 2013, 2014, when game companies started doing like skins and like booster, like XP boosters and like all that sort of shit. Do people have that issue going from PC to console? I found it so much easier. Senta said going from console to PC.
How do you describe partner mice who are upset with each other? They're no longer on squeaking terms.
Thanks, Sagma. going from console to PC and not having aim assist, I didn't realize how dependent I was on aim assist, and I had to get good all over again. Yeah, when I moved from console to PC, I was like, I didn't even realize that aim assist was a thing, and I just felt worse, and then I realized that it was a thing, but I loved the precision of the mouse that I was willing to give it up. Do you still use the controller, or do you switch the mouse? Yeah, mouse has no aim assist. Yep. 5:30 p.m. and I have time to make food for the first time since... Oh, Jesus Christ. 10 maps for $10. Yeah. It wasn't that bad. I only play at my friend's house, and I use his PC, mouse and keyboard. I normally play on my Xbox. It's a learning curve, but it's... Okay, here's the thing. Hot take, mouse and keyboard is literally only good for first-person shooters. Pretty much any other game that I prefer to play on controller. Because it's just more comfortable. It's more ergonomic. There's more buttons, right? But if it's anything that requires any level of aim, it's immediately back to mouse and keyboard. So stuff like GTA where aim isn't a big deal, or Dark Souls, Elden Ring, Dredge, like all those sort of things. Like, although I do play Dredge on keyboard because of the inventory management. Because like inventory management on controller is still a pain in the ass. Menu accessibility on controller, still a pain in the ass. I don't know why developers haven't just figured out to use, like, if you're going to use menu interactions, to give us a fake mouse on controller so we can interact with shit, and it will be easier that way, rather than doing this weird, I have to tab through menu items and hit right click to go to the next one, and like all that sort of shit. Just give me a mouse. Just let me use a mouse on my controller to access inventory stuff. Anyway, old DLCs in general gave so much. Like, game was the burger, but the DLC was getting a side of chicken nuggets. Now the game is the bread and the meat, and the DLC is the individual toppings. Yeah. Movement is more fluid on controller, but aiming is better on mouse. Hi, Beta. I'm glad Siege doesn't have AA on console. Aim assist on console. Yeah. For me, getting away from the aim assist conversation and kind of back into the DLC stuff. I genuinely believe capitalism has ruined video games, because games have become more about making a thing that players can interact with that they enjoy enough to spend money on, and less about making something fun enough that players get to enjoy and recouping your cost through game sales, right? Oh no. Okay. It's not doing the thing where I get brighter when I glow because I don't have the right microphone hooked up, but if I can do this quick enough, I might be... Oh, okay. Hi. Hello, I am ascending. I don't have the... no, the mic is off. Where is it? I don't know where the option is. I can't find it. I'm sorry. Where's the options? Oh, there we go. Use microphone. And it's gone. Oh. Yep. Is it gonna put me back, or am I just stuck here? I blame EA on ruining games. Yeah, yeah. Final Fantasy XIV's DLCs are now how all DLCs should be. It's basically just a whole new game. Stuck forever. Wait, hang on. Let me do the here, because I actually wanted you to see it. I don't know why it didn't work, but let me... fuck off. It's in the... Fucking hate you. All right. And then it's VTS Ascend. Is it? Where is it? Oh no, it's just Ascend. See, now when I talk, it gets brighter. And that was like the whole reason why I was trying to do it. So, I'm just gonna do that. I'm gonna go back to my spot now. Alright, there we go. Hello, children of God! How are you? I am great. Why, thank you. EA and Blizzard are great examples of how not to run a game company if you want to be liked in general by the player. But that's the thing, is like, game companies don't give a shit about being liked. Game companies are just money, 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 money. There we go. Now I'm back to normal. You can't blame Blizzard. It's the publishers that control what they do. When Blizzard self-published. When Blizzard self-published, they were a really good company. Yes. But now, Blizzard is run by higher overlords. It was basically when Bobby Kotick took over. Bobby Kotick was just like, I'm gonna milk shit for everything that it's got. And we also have the problem of, the reason why I say capitalism specifically ruined gaming is because when you have to answer to investors, or you have to answer to a board or whatever, and all of their questions are, well, are you making me money? It's like, dude, there's only so much money I can make you. I can't keep climbing the ladder of making you more and more and more and more money. For example, if a phenomenally developed game ruined by publishers. I think you guys are agreeing with each other? Yeah, you guys are agreeing with each other. Publishers don't dictate the developer quality. They don't, but when a publisher gets to decide, a publisher can basically say, you need to do these things, or we're not going to publish a game. Publishers don't, but anyway, publishers don't dictate developer quality, though. Look at Helldivers. Perfect example of a phenomenally developed game ruined by publishers. Blizzard and EA just make shit now, regardless of publisher. So, it's basically because they're managed by money, right? Have you made X millions of dollars, right? How much money have we lost in developing the game? The expectation of ROI on games, return on interest for those who don't know, is so astronomically out of proportion for where it should be that now if you don't do microtransactions and you're not making all of this money back or whatever, then your game is not going to be it's not going to be considered for any investment. It's not going to be considered for large scale funding or anything like that. Publishers should just become publishers again and leave the games to the studio, strictly handling the publishing of the game. That's the thing, is that like publishers at this point, they don't serve a purpose. I can absolutely blame Blizzard because the money and time they put into the game doesn't make sense for the small amount of content that they produce, and it's all lower quality and broken. Well, that's the thing, is like, it's the difference between now Blizzard and then Blizzard. Like, now Blizzard is essentially an extension of a publishing company. Like Nexon. Here's a great example. If you're a publisher and you make your own in-house game, you're gonna make it for money. That's it. Thanks for the pets, Mobius. If you're a publisher and you make your own game, then you're gonna make it for money. If you're a developer and you don't have a shit ton of money and you're gonna make a game, you're gonna make it because, okay, this is actually kind of funny. It's hilarious to consider that Elden Ring might have been passed up for investment in retrospect because it was microtransaction free. Oh my god, right? From Software was like, nah, we don't give a shit. We're gonna do it anyway. Then it's that they spend too much money. Look at BG3. Best game released in years. Massive success. Sold millions of copies, but it's a financial failure. Is BG3 a financial failure? Blizzard used to be a company of friends who loved games, and they played every game they made. They used to play WoW at work. I mean, I believe that. I just had a very epic argument with my mom about throwing away my stuff and giving away my bike. What I miss? Oh, Jesus Christ! I'm sorry, Mogus. We're just ranting on games, you know, as I do. There's an issue, and I'm sure everyone in chat is familiar with it, of moving from passion to income. And this issue revolves around everything that makes you big is a passion project. It's something that you loved and you did, and it was great, and you in the studio, and the studio being your three other friends, worked on it and worked on it and worked on it and worked on it, and you made it great, and you loved the game, and you released it, and it was a massive success, and other people loved it, and other people wanted to play it, and other people wanted more from it, and all this sort of stuff, right? And then you and your buddies get a shit ton of money, you're set for life, and the rest of the money you go, well, let's make another game. So you make another game and you bring more people on. You bring more developers on. And then you start doing this whole transition into becoming a game company. So what ends up happening is that now that you're a game company, well, now you got to pay your role. You got to pay your staff. You got to pay people, right? And now you want to make money. So you end up in this horrible situation. A lot of times, not all times, but a lot of the times, these passionate developers form companies or they get bigger. And what ends up happening is that they transition into a Blizzard or they transition into, a DICE under EA, right? You end up having these problems of quality going down because you're not worried about the quality driving your sales, right? You already have the sales, you already have the player base, you already have the knowledge, your household name. You don't need to worry about the game quality pulling those in. You already have it. So now you're just maximizing profits off of it. There's plenty of indie game examples that I could point at that all relied on the gameplay and the fun of the game to drive their sales because they weren't published. No one fucking knew about them. The only thing they could do is make it so that when someone played the game, they went, "This is a fun game," and told their friends. That's all they could do. But bigger publisher like Call of Duty, do you guys think that Call of Duty or Battlefield, if it was an indie game, right? If they were an indie game, do you think that those games would take off? Because I don't. I 100% don't. People would open that game up and go, "What the fuck is this?" And yeah, it's fun to play and the movement is smooth, but the microtransactions are fucking hell. There's no cohesion, none of this. And they would drop it. Large scale companies don't need to worry about maintaining a player base. Because of the guys, they didn't love the game. Helldivers is somewhat of an exemption because they are an independent studio. Most studios are owned by publishers these days. Yeah, a lot of studios are getting bought out by other companies who, they're not even publishers. Microsoft isn't a publisher. They are, but they're not. But the actual core company is a fucking OS software company, right? And they went, "Hey, we want a game studio, and we're gonna go buy a company, Dev Studios now, so that way we can make more money." BG's development cost around 100 to 150 million. BG's revenue on Steam is approximately 650 million. I think by now they've made loads of cash. Another issue is studios don't make games with their own money. It's venture groups that fund it. And those venture groups have a set of requirements for what they want, forcing the studio to do things they don't want to do. Yes. If you don't have microtransactions in your game, we're not going to give you the $330 million in funding. You'll have to put microtransactions in your game because we want to return on our investment. Another issue is that studios don't make the games with their own money. 1,100 layoffs at the end of the day. No, they wouldn't, because the devs behind the game didn't love the game. Right, because that was a response to me being like, if Call of Duty released now, would it sell? No, it fucking wouldn't. Those staff weren't needed anymore. The company I work at hires tons of contractors for about 6 months when we're slammed. When we cut them, it's not because we suddenly entered financial distress. A really old COD game might. I don't know, but today, no. Yeah, and dude, Call of Duty? Guys, Call of Duty, Modern Warfare 1 and World at War were the games that put Call of Duty on the map. No one fucking, no one really knew what COD 3 was. I played it. It honestly was not that much fun. When Call of Duty 4 came out and the original Halo came out, people were like, "Oh shit. Well, this is good." With the layoff issues, studios did mass hiring during lockdown and stuff because the gaming boom, and once the boom ended, the devs weren't needed. Yeah, there's it is important to kind of keep in mind the atmosphere. The atmosphere and need around hiring and work practices and stuff like that. Earlier in the stream, I mentioned the whole thing about, I'm going to make a game, and then once they get the game running, I'm going to axe literally 70 to 80% of my employees because I no longer need them to keep the game running. It's 100% a thing, but it's also really rough. Rushing games need to stop. Yeah, there is something to be said about having too many people working on a game and completing it too quickly, because you don't get enough. Like, small dev teams play their game and beta test their game and self QA their game so much that in the middle of developing their game, they're gonna realize when shit's starting to go sideways. But when you're making a game and you're not actively in the game, actively playing the game as you're making systems, because your company is so big you can just pump it out immediately, you're not going to understand why the game is going sideways until it's launched and players are testing it, and it's like, well, this fucking sucks. And it's like, you made it too fast. You didn't have enough people playing it, or enough skilled people playing it, or like whatever, and it's already done. I say good night now, and home stream goes well. Okay, better have a good sleep. The current trend in AAA games is dev teams that seemingly hate their player base. They go against everything their consumers want and then blame the customers when it fails. Yep. It's because the current consumer base is essentially, we're going to sell you or we're going to make problems in the game so we can sell you fixes. Pay to progress is the biggest, most egregious representation of this, where we're not even going to let you play the game. We're just not going to let you play the game at all until 30 minutes is up, until 2 hours is up, until 48 hours is up. You don't get to engage in this system at all unless you give us money. Because then if you give us money, well, you can buy a skip. And if you buy a skip, well, then you can instant complete it, and then you can continue playing. I don't understand how consumers were let this go. It's literally the developers saying, you're not allowed to play our game anymore unless you give us money. Like, they actually 100% put a roadblock in and said it's okay if we make people not play our game, because then they'll be incentivized to spend money. You guys didn't have to do that. You didn't have to put in a fucking wall of 30, 40, whatever minutes or hours for people to not play your game. You didn't have to do that. You just did that to get money. The only purpose was for money. That's it. There's a difference between weekly capped income and like all that sort of stuff. That's not, you can't pay to bypass that or anything like that. They were literally denying your ability to play the game because they think you'll pay up for it. Like, it bothers me, and it bothers me so much. Get a better PC. Astronauts weren't bored when they went to the moon, Bethesda. God, right? Yeah, kind of like Power World. Mid-development, they had to switch engines and recode the game from scratch.
Ads are going to start in a couple of minutes. Please be patient.
I just burped so forcefully my vision shook for a second. Hey, that's pretty great. Loud and proud. With Unreal Engine 5, can it run Crysis? It's so resource hungry, especially DX12. Yeah, I've been noticing that too. UE5 has a lot of really cool features like Lumen and like all that sort of stuff. But I mean, TFD, now I know the abbreviation, but I forget the name. The First Descendant has a huge performance issue. Dude, like I've said it before, it feels like I'm running a fucking asset flip. Like, it feels like they literally took the nanite fucking cave systems and plopped them in the game, right? I don't know. The game just feels weird. And for like the graphics quality that I'm looking at in the game should not be using as much GPU as it should. It really shouldn't. Something about that game is just like the diminishing returns on the shit you're giving me is so fucking bad that I would rather take half of what the quality is to only have to use 10% of my GPU to use it. We have No Man's Sky and 2077 as prime examples of being rushed. Sure, they redeemed themselves, but the trend is getting old fast. 100%. And the worst part about it is that everyone eventually upgrades to their PC or consoles, and these dev teams will release less and less optimized games. I mean, we're running into an issue now where we're, like was mentioned before, where it's not even just game unoptimization. It's just full fucking engines at this point. There's basically a more in-depth version of me playing the first 20 minutes of the beta and going, this runs like ass, and uninstalling. Yeah. The resource difference between DX12 and 11 is so massive. With TFD is more of a shader issue, I think. The shaders are so very stressful for the GPUs. Yeah, that could be it. That could 100% be it. It's like something about that game I look at and go, dude, Battlefield 4 or Battlefield 3 ran on a fucking potato and looked great. At least for the time. It looked great. And it ran on a fucking PlayStation 3. Which was basically nowadays a potato. Like, I'm pretty sure the Switch has better rendering capabilities than the PlayStation 3. It's bad. And like, I don't want to play a fucking tech demo for a game. Yeah, I agree, Mobius. I don't want to play a tech demo for a game. Stop. I don't need all of your fancy new shit if you haven't optimized it yet. Stop. No one gives a shit about how much better your graphics are. Stop. Your gameplay sucks. Stop. Release the game in an optimized state with slightly worse graphics and better FPS and better gameplay. I don't give a shit about ray tracing and bounce lighting and fucking all of this shit that it literally only exists because the game industry got bored or Nvidia got bored and wanted to make something shiny and new to say we have this and other people don't. I'm not joking. Think about when RTX came out. Think about when all of this shit with like lighting came out. Lighting wasn't bad. It just wasn't hyper realistic. It only started becoming a thing when graphics card manufacturers, Nvidia,
When you beat your Dingaling so good you gotta take a nap to recover.
all of the bounce lighting, all of the fucking feature sets that came out with RTX and like all of this shit was literally for the purposes of we want to have things that other people don't. And then game companies went, well, we want to use those things because now we want to have games that other people don't have, or features in our games that other people don't have. And it wasn't for any purpose other to swing the biggest dick. That was it. I think path tracing did make a big difference in visuals. OG ray tracing, not so much. I'll give you path tracing, but I can play games without path tracing. I don't need it. What do you mean you don't want bloom, motion blur, active reflections, realistic shadows, small item physics, environmental effects in your multiplayer FPS game? Right? Like, Cyberpunk is a really prime example of a... Oh, dude, don't even get me fucking started with how absolutely fucking dog ass Cyberpunk ran at launch. And I don't mean kind of bad. I mean, I thought there was something wrong with my graphics card. I couldn't get 30 FPS at 1080p or 30 FPS at 1440p on medium settings. And now they put path tracing in the game. And I'm like, yeah, it's cool. The 40 series can run it at 100 and something FPS with frame gen. Like, you made the game engine and like you couldn't get more than 30 frames per second on a $300 to $400 graphics card. There's something wrong. There's something very, very, very wrong. And I really do feel like we're starting to get into the point where we're getting lazy with optimizations because we can just shoehorn it with graphics cards. Wait, was that a tongue? Yeah, I have a tongue out. I also have a cheek puff, but I don't use it very often. Motion blur is the first thing I turn off when launching a new game.
Welcome back from ads.
Yeah,
Thank
'cause
you for the pennies.
Motion blur was designed around compensating for a low frame rate. That's the whole fucking, that motion blur is a cinematic thing. You get motion blur with like what was it? Fucking, oh god, it's been so long. It's something about exposure and focal length. Like, you got motion blur because you wanted a really long focal length, but that made your exposure darker, so you had to open your exposure for a longer period of time, which means that things were being processed by the camera for longer, so things smeared. That's motion blur. Like, the whole feature is a way of trying to replicate a camera that is running at a weird, like, frame rate. It's a fucking video game, guys. We don't need it. Also, motion blur hurts your FPS. I mean, I don't think it hurts your... I mean, it might, because it's got to render it, but... you wouldn't notice it hurting your FPS, because it's designed to cover up hurting your FPS. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, motion blur doesn't need to exist. Motion blur in some games kind of makes sense. Like, I don't normally completely turn off motion blur. I will in, like, hyper competitive games, like if we're doing CSGO or Overwatch or, like, Valorant, shit like that, no motion blur. But sometimes in, like, Battlefield or, like, games like that, I'll do the lowest possible settings just for that little bit of, like, extra kind of feels better in fidelity, kind of looks slightly, like, better. Because I will agree, to some extent, having zero motion blur in the game can be a little bit off-putting if you're specifically trying to make it look really, really good. Where if you're trying to make it perfect and, like, hyper clear, then obviously you wouldn't use it. Motion blur does add a fidelity. It does increase the fidelity in a way that makes it appear better to the eye, but the cost of that is visual clarity, where you can't see shit as well because it's literally smearing. But if you're doing, like, hyper detailed, like, low movement sort of like things, and you got a little bit of motion blur going on, it looks good. I won't lie, but not anything above low. The second you start getting into medium and high, it's just like smear city. Like, no, I'm good. Lowest setting or off, but I won't always turn it completely off. You could literally have a top-down shooter of cubes with sticks coming out of them, and it could be a fun game. Yeah. Oh, yeah, there's great, like, fucking, what is it, Slither.io? It's literally just a snake game with other snakes, and people love it. Minecraft is you make your own game, go have fun, and people love it. Andromeda wasn't a bad game. It didn't live up to the other three. Its main issue was the main ME team sent to deal with Anthem. And then once a good chunk of the game was built, they decided to change the... Oh my god, yeah. Oh god, Anthem. Don't even get me started on the fucking shit show that was Anthem. Anthem was such a shit show, people didn't even know that game existed. It literally came out as like a, wow, this game looks really cool. And then people went, wait, that game launched? Wait, that game's shut down? Like, yeah, it launched like 6 months ago. Oh, okay, I want to go play it. You can't. What? Yeah, they shut down. How the fuck did you manage that one? Even low-end modern GPUs are powerful enough that they don't need motion blur. Even integrated graphics are good enough that you don't need it. Oh yeah, 100%. 100%. Motion blur was always designed as a it was a PlayStation 4, PlayStation 3 generation thing where you would get 30 FPS, right? So they'd add motion blur. And then once you started getting into the 60s, you just didn't need it anymore. The human eye can only see 38 FPS max anyways. Motion blur quality as a reduction is irrelevant. That is a myth. I know, it's a joke. I tell Toddmark that all the time to drive him crazy. I believe your eyes can see at 1,000 FPS. My eyes see at 10 million FPS, but I'm pretty sure the human eyes are at 1,000. Anthem is game of the year. The human eye can only see 30 FPS. Yeah. That ruined BioWare until ME Legendary Edition. I mean, there's something to be said about games. Oh god, you know what pisses me off? You know what pisses me off? Games aren't getting worse, you're just getting older. Has the same feeling of Our products aren't getting smaller, you're just getting bigger. It's the fucking office meme of these are the same images. No, we had someone in Discord that 100% believed we could only see it 30 FPS. I mean, those are the type of people who you just get them in front of a 30 and 120 FPS monitor and say, can you see the difference? And if they say yes, then it's like, okay, you can see 120 FPS. I don't know why newer games lock your monitors at 144 max. If I had to guess, probably bullshit engine optimization stuff. I don't know why any game would lock your FPS at all. But I do know there are some games that literally have engine caps where the engine itself behind the game can't do more than a specific number. And Battlefield 4 is a good example of that. Battlefield 4's engine cap, I believe, was 200 FPS. The second you got to 200 FPS, the game would just not render more frames faster. It would just lock at 200. You know what pisses me off? Anthem? TFT is 144. For me, that's fine. Because for me, I have a 144 hertz monitor. I want to get a better monitor. You know, but obviously I can't because I don't have an income. I have you guys generously giving me money saying continue streaming, right? But I don't have a job and I can't be on any form of social security because I wouldn't qualify because I have a savings account because God forbid something happens to me and I need to pay for it. You know what I mean? But yeah, for me, 144 is my limit. I have my Goldilocks zone used to be, and still kind of is, 144 FPS at 1440p. FPS games shouldn't be locked. Story games, sure. It's more about the graphics. Yeah, I don't know. I couldn't tell you why. No game should have any cap ever, unless there's a technical limitation. That's my opinion. No game should ever have an FPS lock, like a hard FPS lock, unless it's an engine or like specific technical limitation that they can't overcome or they can't fix, right? Then it's fine, right? I don't give a shit. But something like that is like the creation engine in Bethesda fucking Skyrim, where if you went over 60 FPS, then the game would actually, the time scale would change and shit would go faster, which is hilarious because I think like back in the 2000s, like in the early 2000s, people knew about decoupling your game engine time to the FPS, like New World for, oh my god, that's right. I remember that. Holy shit, I forgot about that. And that was EVGA like 3080s or 3090s or something like that, where like they didn't have an FPS lock on their menu system and people were just getting like 3,000 frames per second or something. Hey, the bugs of Skyrim is what made the game so much better. I mean, I want another game like Skyrim. I'm not gonna lie. You know, I never got to experience Skyrim at its launch when everyone was playing it. I never got to experience it in that way. I did at one point, like a decade later. Skyrim horse is goated. Yes, Skyrim's horse is meh. That was a goat sound, by the way. But I want another game like Skyrim. Honestly, you could just copy and paste Skyrim, give me better graphics, and add more voice actors. For the love of fucking God, add more voice actors. And I would be pretty happy. I don't need a huge map. Just make the map that we have more detailed. I don't need an ocean-wide puddle. Right? Give me a pond that's 3 miles deep. A lot of the bugs they kept in the game because the community loved them so much. Yeah. Yeah. That sounds like that. Or that sounds like them. But we're not, I don't know. I fear for the game industry as a whole. And I'm super excited for indie devs Don't fucking say that. We don't need another Skyrim from Todd Howard. Oh god, I know, right? Skyrim like engine upgraded edition or whatever. It was New World's fault and manufacturer's fault. The menu would skyrocket at 3000 FPS, and the voltage controller for the GPU was like, well, okay, here, have some more. The GPUs were drawing like 110 plus. Yeah, I do agree. I think it was a perfect storm. I think GPU designers were like, no one be that dumb, right? And then someone was that dumb, and then the GPU manufacturers went, you gotta be fucking kidding me. Okay, and then fixed the problem. We need a Skyrim 2, not a reskin. We definitely need something that can prove to game companies that no, you don't get to spend minimal amount of effort making this game and thinking your modders are going to fix it for you. Bethesda. Right? You can fucking Minecraft players can make a terrain generation system and make 1,000 planets. And then say, well, wherever the terrain is generated at this point with these features, then we'll make it a settlement. And then we're just going to make 10 different settlements. And then the planet, randomly pick one of the 10 different settlements and then use that on that terrain. Oh my god, we have 1,000 planets, all with different fucking cities that you can explore. But I didn't tell you that all of the cities are the same 10 cities that are just randomly selected. And I didn't tell you that all the planets are randomly generated. You know how easy it is to make a system like that? Like, less than a month's worth of work. Minecraft players are a different breed of people. I mean, yes, but terrain generation systems in general are nothing new. As a matter of fact, it's like the backbone of No Man's Sky, right? So I feel like some gamers actually flipped Bethesda the bird with Starfield. And people went, no, it's not fun. We're not enjoying it. Fuck off. And the biggest people who did that, the ones that probably got Bethesda's attention the most, are the modders. Because if I remember correctly, I could be wrong, but if I remember correctly, most modders were like, this game is so boring and so dead, we're not going to do anything for it. There's no fucking point. No one's going to play it. Let's remember, Minecraft players leaked classified military info on a server. They're just those type of people they just also play Warframe, okay? Or not Warframe, fucking War Thunder. I saw 100 plus gigabytes and said no. Wait, Starfield is 100 plus gigs? The only studio I truly respect is Rockstar. They're kind of like, I don't really respect them. They're a game company that they're a studio that I look at and I go, you're fine. Right? The game companies I respect are like From Software. And used to be CD Projekt Red. CD Projekt Red's respect peaked with Witcher. And then immediately died when Cyberpunk came out. Warframe mentioned. It's like 125 gigabytes. I'll check. Holy shit. Wait, Starfield's like 160. Oh, yeah. Digital Extremes is a good studio. I don't have any investment in them because I don't play Warframe anymore. I stopped playing Warframe in like 2018. It just started getting to the point where I looked at the game and I'm like, not really my thing. And that's fine. But yeah, Digital Extremes I think is a good. From Software I think is good. And that's kind of it. Oh, the people behind Final Fantasy 14 as well. But mainly Yoshi P. Because I think Yoshi P is basically the main driver on that ship. And hires and maintains a good dev team. And if it wasn't for him, then Square Enix would have fucking drove them into the ground by now. So, yeah, Square Enix skull. That's why I said specifically Yoshi. Which is hilarious. Because Yoshi is just basically the dev team to me for 14. Rockstar has always embarrassed their modding community. I don't know any studio who does anymore. What do you mean by that, Senna? No Man's Sky stands out the most from taking a steaming pile of shit and making simply a fantastic and well-supported game. Dawn Trail is a turd, and Yoshi can't balance the game worth a shit. I mean, I always thought, in my opinion, I always thought that the storylines for 14 were very poorly started and then well ended. So like A Realm Reborn, I had no investment in, even if it's reworked, whatever. And then we got into Heaven's Ward, and I was like, oh, this is great. And then we got into Stormblood, I'm like, oh, this sucks. And then we got into Shadowbringers, I was like, oh, this is great. And then we got into Endwalker, which was, to me, Endwalker just felt like Shadowbringers 2.0. Like, it just felt like a continuation of the Shadowbringers stuff. And it was like, kind of sort of touched on all of the other things, but it really felt like Shadowbringers and Endwalker were kind of their own encapsulation of the story. And like everything from before were just like weird slice of life parts of it, whereas like those two were the main story. And I fucking called it when people were saying that Dawn Trail was going to be a new story. I'm like, it's going to bomb. It's going to bomb so hard because they're doing a completely new story from scratch. And in order to do something like that, you need to basically forget everything else. You need to get rid of all your friends and all your companions and let them have their own lives and then end your story and start it again somewhere else. But you're also level fucking 90. So what do? The main NPC is basically Jar Jar Binks. I mean, there's also potential of like they didn't keep thematically consistent with what they wanted players to experience. That could be another problem. Okay, let me go up. CD Projekt did some of their rep back with the 2077 fixes. They didn't get all of it back though. I agree. I agree that they're in a better. My opinion of them is better now than it was a year after Cyberpunk launched. I love Cyberpunk. Don't get me wrong. I actually really do like the game. I like the story. I like the characters. I like Pan Am. I like Judy. I actually like Johnny. Like, I like that the story is kind of grim and that it's adult themed and that there's actual processing and thinking going on with somebody who's running to the end of his life. You know what I mean? Like, the whole atmosphere of the game is exactly what it should be. But man, it took a long time to get there. Like, it took a long time for CD Projekt Red to get it to that state. And I blame them trying to make a new engine, because if they just took an engine and they used it from another company and just focused on making the game and not worrying about the engine, that it could have been so much better. And I know they're doing a follow-up game, and I know that's what they're doing for the engine. And I'm really hoping that CDPR goes back to how they handled The Witcher and how they executed The Witcher and move that into, I almost said New Junk City, but move that into Night City, because they have everything, right? They have the whole city set up. They have the environments around the city set up. What they need to focus on, and I know this sounds kind of like, why would they do that? But for the love of God, hire like 10 people and give them the entire development time to go make unique buildings that you can walk into and like role play in or feel like you're a part of, right? With unique interactions, and like just make the sprinkles that go on the cake. You know what I mean? When you enter a game like that and every building is a closed door and you can't open it, you're immediately pulled out of your immersion. Like, why is this locked? I can literally see through the windows. There is nothing better than going up to a random fucking building in a back alley walking into it and getting and seeing some confrontation, some weird story of its own, just encapsulated in that one building, right? There's nothing better than that, because it's like, we expect now for things to be like, oh, it's just a closed door and I can't go in it. Give 10 people a couple years to do that with a bunch of different buildings in Night City and give their own little storylines. Like fucking forget. Just get rid of the whole, you go to a blue icon and you do like 30 seconds of things there and then you leave because you complete it. Get rid of that shit. Just get rid of it. You want to have your players engage in the world in a way that they're not following fucking markers on a HUD. Encourage exploration. You want to encourage exploration? Make it so people can go into buildings. Make it so people can listen to conversations. Make the conversations interesting enough that players are going to stick around and listen to it. And then make a little thing pop up where now they're a part of something and it's in their quest tracker. The whole go to a location, talk to an NPC, get a quest thing, we don't need to do that anymore. We have so much money. And I think, without having to focus on the game engine, I think that might be a possibility they'll be able to do shit like that. That they'll be able to do a system where you get into the city and it's just like, go explore, go have fun, go over to the fucking local ramen shop, right? Go to the local bar. Think like you're in Night City. Where would you go to do stuff, right? You know, I need to find a fixer, or I need to get some jobs, or I need to get some money. Shit. Okay, I'm in Night City. Where do I go? I'll go find a bar, right? So you open up your GPS, because everyone has a GPS. You type in bar, right, in the search bar, and now you got a couple bars nearby that you go into. Like, yeah, I'm gonna go into one of those bars. You go to the bar, and you hear people talking, and you're not really thinking it. And then, like, maybe there's subtitles that pop up, or someone's specifically talking. And now you're cued in on that conversation because the game indicated through the subtitles that was an important conversation to listen to. So now you're listening on it, or you're standing right next to them as a fucking T posing in front of their face, listening to their conversation, like whatever. But God, stop with the fucking HUD markers. Stop with the you must do this to do this. It matters when things start getting complicated. Right? It is a useful tool in the development toolkit, but a lot like Elden Ring did, and a lot like other games have done, of go explore the world, go talk to NPCs, and go get involved in shit. Go out on your own, have your own fucking self-conscious and your own, like, awareness, and just go be a part of the game world in a way that makes sense for the game world. And we're missing that experience because game companies they're not investing the type of development time into games to do all of the bars and all of the conversations and all that sort of stuff. If they give you a little marker, then you know that's what you go to, and that's all they need to do for dev time, right? Anyway, I went off on a completely different target, but yes, CD is on thin ice for me. I got Starfield for free with an AMD promotion, and it's the only reason why I played it. That's pretty funny. No Man's Sky Redemption Arc is the only reason I'm excited for Light No Fire. I agree. I'm excited for Light No Fire. There's also... Oh, no, wait. That was the game, right? That was the... That was like the weird MMO thing with like the super tall mountains and like the ships and stuff. Am I right? Am I remembering correctly? Rockstar loves their modding community. Look at GTA RP servers. Rockstar fully supports those type of things with their games. If I remember correctly, they used to not, and then there was a huge backlash, and then they did. But I could be remembering wrong. John Trail, you're a side character, and the story is meaningless and poorly executed. The main NPC character is basically Jar Jar Binks, and when you speak to that character 138 times, it was like 5 times more than any other character. Oh, so what they're doing is basically making a, you love me, right? You love me, right? You'll be my best friend, right? And we're gonna do the whole expansion together, right? And they're like trying to like force the narrative of like you and this person getting together, rather than making an enjoyable character like Grahatia, who is like kind of soft cat boy, who's like everyone just loved just because of the way he was, and not like hyper clinging to the main character. I'm scared for the new Witcher game because of the sweaty baby ink. If a part of it, their story writing sucks. Every game their story writing for. Oh, interesting. I didn't know that. Let's not forget the help of edge runners. Okay. I'm going to hold on to that. Just wait when NPCs are connected to AI and they always have new dialogue. The NPC gives you 0 breathing room through the entire thing. That's really annoying. Okay, so let's just go in order here. Edge runners. I'm gonna tell you right fucking now. If it wasn't for edge runners, there would not be a second game. As a matter of fact, I firmly believe if it wasn't for edge runners, that support for development of that game would have ended like at that exactly when Edge Runners came out or 6 months before then. Edge Runners is the only reason we're getting a second game, because everyone loved the anime. And everyone loved the anime because in anime terms, that story type, that story arc, that cyberpunk styling doesn't really exist. Like, I hate to say it, guys, but outside of like maybe Psycho-Pass and like maybe a couple of other ones, that whole there's no happy ending doesn't really exist in Japanese anime. And when Cyberpunk came out, it was like, oh my god, we have an anime that's not a harem, not a slice of life, right? Not a shonen, not fighting. You know what I mean? Like, it was an actual, I mean, Studio Trigger killed it, dude. I mean, it's Studio Trigger. Those guys make some great shit. And they were 100% the reason why that anime did as well as it did, and 100% the reason why that game is getting a second game. If it wasn't for Studio Trigger specifically saying that, no, we're keeping the lolly character, because that's what they did, they were contacted by Western audiences and said, hey, we're not really comfortable with a child-looking character, and Studio Trigger went, we're keeping the lolly, fuck you. And they kept it. And Rebecca is like a lot of people's favorites. If it wasn't for Studio Trigger, that game it'd just be dead in the water. No one would remember it outside of the shitty launch. And it would be a like, well, you know, if you play the game now, it's super cool. Yeah, there's some bugs in it, but the story's worth playing. And it would go on sale for like $5 for like the next 3 years before it just pittered out of existence. The decision to A, make an anime, B, choose Studio Trigger, and C, actually listen to Studio Trigger when they said, and they put their foot down on things instead of forcing them to change. That was probably the smartest business decision they could ever make for Cyberpunk. And AI NPCs, dude, in my opinion, we're not going to need AI in games yet because we don't have good enough AI, but I guarantee you we're going to have AI story written stuff that are going to go in front of story writers, and they'll be like, okay, I can work with this, change that, change this, do this, subvert expectation here, tweak this, do this. Okay, dialogue is done. Pump it out to the AI fucking voice actor, whatever, right? Where some voice actor said, where they're going to be like, hey, you're voice acting on this project, you're working on this project, can we get some AI training of this specific voice from you so we can use it in other aspects of the game while we're still paying you for the main stuff you're doing in the game, right? And then they're going to have, like, you know, AI fucking voice models that are going to be, like, tweaked and heavily compressed and, like, changed so that, like, you can't really get the expression out of them, and, like, a whole bunch of stuff, right? So as it stands right now in the game industry, I think AI is going to be used for a lot of, like, the creational development stuff, but it's not going to be in the game yet. But to your point, it's going to be. It's going to be in the game. We're going to have games where every game is different because the AI overlord puppet master god thing is going to change how it's going to interact with you or how the story goes, or like we're going to have infinite replayability just from like prompts, and that'll be super cool, but we're not there yet. But when we are there, it's going to be one of the biggest games in history. Like, I'm loading up this game. What do I want to play? I want to play this type of character. Okay, god of the game. Make it moderately difficult. I want a love interest storyline, and I want an unhappy ending. And the god of the game will be like, done. Go have fun. It'll be really cool. It'll be literally infinite replayability, and it'll be one of the biggest games like launched ever. Sweet Baby Inc. did the story writing for Suicide Squad and other flops. Every game they were involved in. Why are they still in business then? Happy endings for good people don't really exist in the cyberpunk genre in general, as far as I know. It's a dystopia for a reason. Yes, you're right, Mobius. And anyone who's played the game or anyone who's familiar with the genre knew exactly what was going to happen in the anime, which kind of sucks because I knew what was going to happen. Oh, I 100% knew what was going to happen. Dude's like beaten up, mother dies in like the first episode, right? No spoilers. And like immediately bad ending, but meets somebody, kind of starts getting better. More people start dying around him. You know what I mean? It's like fucking or like the Tolkien of like death or whatever. But if you know the universe, you knew that anime wasn't going to have a happy ending. And that kind of ruined it for you, but it made it better for everyone else who didn't know that. And I accepted that. I watched it and I was like, it was good. It was better than okay, but it wasn't fantastic to me. It was good. But the difference is I knew how it was going to end. So some people who watched it, didn't know about the universe, and then got that ending, think it's fantastic because they weren't familiar with the universe, right? Like, there's the whole, yeah, I knew what was going to happen in the movie because I read the books, right? And it can be really hard to enjoy the content because you already kind of spoiled it for yourself. So there's that whole problem. Rebecca got teabagged to death. Yeah. Rebecca and her brother dying in the same way. Super cool. The whole like triple scene impact thing. That artistic decision. Oh god, Studio Trigger's just so good, man. My face, Google SEMA. Yeah. They're a DEI company backed by the government and venture groups. What's DEI stand for? And that's why they're still in the business. Hey man, how are you? And you guys from the chat, how are you guys? We need more Lovecraft games. There's no true happy ending stories. I would love to see like a Lovecraftian dystopian post like world, like post apocalyptic world that's like starting to come back. Like the horrors from beyond broke down societies and realities and stuff like that. And then because societies and realities were broken down, it didn't have anything to feed on. It stopped existing. And then society started coming back. And it's like in that weird like ramp up time where things are starting to get better, when it comes back and it starts to take things down again. Like that would be fun. I knew nothing going on, but thought it was great. I knew nothing going in, but thought it was great. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. If you knew, like, I wish I didn't understand or didn't know how the cyberpunk universe usually ran, because I would have loved it so much because of the ending that it had. I was heartbroken and fucking emotionally impacted by David and his love interest. And honestly, it left me, it was bittersweet. And there's not a lot of anime that can do that, because there's not a lot of anime that says this is one season. We don't give a shit how we make the viewers feel at the end, because we don't need to worry about them coming back for a second season. It's one season, let's hurt them. And they leaned into it. And it was like, it was perfect. It was great. They knew exactly what was going to happen. And they knew exactly that people would have a harder time coming back after that ending to a second season. But they didn't need people for a second season. They just ripped the emotions out of you and said, that's it. That's the story. And for the love of God, that is the reason why I love 12 to 24 episode animes, is because they actually fucking end the story. I'm not going to get into that. When episode 6, the game, not the anime. Well, we're back and forth with the game and the anime. Diversity, equity, and inclusion. Oh, I see. Because I knew someone was happening in the end, but I hope everything end in good. Lovecraft games have a good record. So are we talking about Lovecraft as in Lovecraftian, or Lovecraft as in like a specific publisher / like writer, like dev thing? Not too long ago, Sweet Baby Inc. was in a hot public mess. They called it Gamergate 2. Hi Goldie. I'm just hanging out. What happened, Senna? Oh, I think yeah, Goldie, you're in the long form edit, by the way. So for those who aren't aware, obviously you aren't because I just started doing it today. I'm doing a long form edit for my main channel of the Elden Ring playthrough of me beating Bale. And some people actually legitimately made it like kind of into the edit where I specifically cut around sections, like where there was a TTS from, I think there was a TTS from Togberg and Sugma. And there was a specific, like, what the dog doing from Goldie, and I was like dying a lot, and then immediately cut to me dying again. So like, yeah, there's a couple of crafting games. Okay, gotcha. There's a couple of like spots where people, if they watch the long form video, it should only be 10 to 20 minutes, shouldn't be any longer than that. But you'll all be able to see yourself on the screen, like, oh, I'm on the big screen, like I'm in the video. I made it into the video, right? So you guys might be able to see yourselves when that's finished and done. I don't know when it's going to be done. I just started cutting it up today. I have, like I said, like 4 hours or 6 hours worth of content to go through to cut it up. And then once it's cut down, I'll do some minor edits and tweaks to it, and then I'll pop it out. But yeah. Did you guys watch Darling of the Franxx? Yeah, I watched Darling of the Franxx. I was good with the first season, and then the second season I went, what the fuck is this? Because they knew they weren't getting a third one, so they had to jam everything into the second. I think just about every good ending you can get in Cyberpunk is an anomaly as far as the genre goes. The protagonist feels like someone who people would talk about as some kind of heroic figure a generation or two after they died. Yeah, that does seem to be... Well, I mean, that is kind of the whole, like... I don't think that's Cyberpunk specifically. I could be wrong, but I think that's definitely Night City. Whereas in, like, there's no... I mean, they said it 100 times, I think even in the game or whatever, there's no good endings in Night City, right? It's basically, what do you leave behind? What impression do you leave behind? Who remembers you when you inevitably blow out, right? Because everyone wants a piece of Night City. Like, the happy endings in Night City aren't the stories. Those are the corpo fucking pigs that got like millions of dollars, live in their penthouse, lives in the best part of the city, and get to go out and fuck bitches every night and cure their STDs with a magic pill, right? Those are the quote unquote good endings. Those aren't the stories, though. No one gives a shit about the people who are happy and have figured out everything out and gotten everything good, right? Everyone's interested in the people who went out screaming with the fucking naked and 2 guns, right? They have 1 season, 24 episodes. Oh, it was a dual core thing, because I watched the first 12, and then they changed the intro into the second 12. Call of Cthulhu had some games based off of it. Never recognized it. They forced DEI agenda, so the diversity agenda, into the games when they took a part of it. And they did it in a way that felt very unorganic and forced. Like they just throw it in everywhere they could. Ended up ruining the story of every... Hello, motherfucker! Ended up ruining the story of every game. There was a massive boycott. Some studios had to end their relationship with them because their game was getting boycotted before it was even released. Oh, yeah, actually, that does sound familiar. I mean... Look, I'm all for diversity. As in, like... Okay, here's my thing. Diversity to me is not changing a character because they're a specific way. Diversity, not to me, is making a character gay first and then figuring out their personality later. The reason why is because no matter what your skin color is or your sexual preferences or anything along those lines, a human being is still a human being. You make a human being. You make a character first. You make their flaws and their strengths and their desires and their hopes, and you make that first, and then you make them gay. Because that is the only way you'll ever have a believable character. Because no one's going to believe a character whose personality is gay. Right? No one's gonna believe a character whose personality is black, right? It's never gonna work because they're created out of a pretense of some stereotype, which is gay or black. If you make a character first and you make everything that they are and everything that they want to be, and then you give them their height, and then you give them their skin and their hair color and their eye color, right? And then their personality traits, and then like all that sort of stuff. it can come together as a more cohesive character. I have always said this. One of my favorite representations of gay in the media is Captain Holt and his husband in Brooklyn Nine-Nine. I think by far they are some of the best representation of a gay couple I have ever seen in any media, because they're just people with quirky personalities that are fun to watch on TV. Nomad Ending, is that the one where you just ride off with Pan Am and live the last couple of months of your life? I think so, yeah. That was the good ending, as well as good as you can get. Yeah, I had I mean, okay, so Cyberpunk, it's been out for a while, so spoilers for Cyberpunk the game if you haven't played for it. Go over it for like probably maybe 10 minutes, but whatever. There's an ending where you just let Johnny take over. Where you're just like, you know what? Fuck it. Fine. You got your life taken away from you too early. You want to do shit. You want to live your second run. Just fucking take it. And to a degree, that is somewhat similar, I think, with Pan Am's, but I'm not exactly sure if it's the same. But there is definitely like going to the grave and like getting on a bus and leaving sort of thing. When you're Johnny and you just take off, right? You leave Night City, or he leaves Night City or whatever. And then there's a bunch of other endings. I think there's like 2 or 3 other ones, and there's some crazy like going all out and taking everyone down with you sort of thing. Obviously, as it is Cyberpunk. I don't know how many endings I got, but I enjoyed most of the endings. Yeah. My face when I accidentally got the ending of Johnny on my first run because the game didn't make it very clear on which choice did what. But I love that about games, because you know what? That feels like your choices, the player's choices. That's how you want to run it. That's how you want the story to unfold. Well, fuck it. That's how it's going to unfold. And this is what's going to happen because of it. And I love that. I whenever I play a game where choices change the ending, I never look it up. I block everyone out. I block everything out, and I play my character, or I play how I would self-insert into the universe, right? And I want to see what the story would be like, either through the eyes of my character or the eyes of me if I was in that situation. And then I'll go back and I'll change all of my stuff. But I want the most organic feeling playthrough that I can possibly get. I don't think people would have a problem with it if they did it in a way that suited the story and meshed well with it. But instead, it felt way out of place. Oh, 100%, yeah. I mean, Overwatch has always had this problem of them just being like, oh, Tracer's gay. Like, what? Like, yeah, we're doing a thing where she's buying a present for her girlfriend. Like, can we, I don't know, do a story where she falls in love with a girl? Or something? Not like, just, what? Because I don't, obviously you guys know me. I'm very inclusive. My space is very inclusive, both mental health, sexuality, whatever, right? People are people. But I have a real, thanks for the pets. I have a real hard time. Oh, my face is itchy. Okay, holy crap. I have a real hard time with the way Blizzard handles stuff, because it just feels like they're doing it for pandering, Like we have a gay character. It's like, we want to represent everyone. I was like, no, you fucking don't. No, you don't. You just want everyone's money. You just want to be the game that says we have a pan character and a gay character and a lesbian and a bisexual and a this and a this and a this and a this. You don't give a shit about anyone. You're a soulless corporation. No, you fucking don't. You just think you'll make more money doing this. And that's what bothers me. The anime has nothing to do with the game. Oh, yeah. The DLC added a new ending. Definitely one of the bad endings. Yeah, that is true. I mean, yeah, Delta, but Johnny was like, we've got this set up. Go live the rest of your life. I'll stay here. And then I gave him my body by accident. Okay, yeah, that's fair. Don't forget 76 is gay. Also, Farrah is gay. Yeah. Not gonna lie, I think it's fine to have a game that doesn't represent everyone. Yeah, I think that's fine too. I think a better representation, like a better game, like a game that did it better was Apex. Didn't know Bloodhound was non-binary. Didn't know fucking what's her face? Flying movement character Valk. I think Valk. I didn't know Valk was a lesbian. And I got until I was interested enough and looked it up and I went, "Oh, that's cool." Because it wasn't in your PR. It wasn't a part of your fucking marketing move for your game. Dude, you're making their sexuality part of your marketing. That bothers me. That will always bother me. Look at Apex. Every character is LGBT subway. Well, yeah, that's extreme pandering. Like, but it's just funny that you say that after I say what I say. But the difference is the way that they handle it. I don't think it's as bad. You know, I think it would be, like I said, if they're openly trying to make money off of it and presenting it to people in a way it's like, wow, look at my gay characters. But I don't think Apex does it in the same way. Overwatch, bad ending on the anime. Oh, bad ending on the anime. I know something was up in the end, but now I know for certain that there is a bad ending. Like, the anime is good. Oh, yeah, that was good. Catalyst. I haven't been around recently, so I can't speak to anything recently, but 2 or 3 years ago, it was okay. Others has been staying far away from the DEI movement. They keep saying they're not adding special capes or anything because it doesn't suit the universe. Yeah. Sure. That's fine. Why do all animes end with somebody's death? Not everyone does. Having any kind of identification aside from the weapons and armor you bring doesn't make sense in the context of Helldivers. You are literally a faceless drone that will die en masse. Yes. There's a level of uniformity there's a level of okay, how do I put this? You can be in a group and you can feel a part of a group by not making yourself out to be a specific thing, right? Like, if you got 100 people together and you said, you're not allowed to talk about politics, you're not allowed to talk about sexuality, you're not allowed to talk about romantic interests, you're not allowed to talk about anything personally identifying. We're going to give you a project that you need to complete, all 100 of you. We're going to give you a project you need to complete by the end of the month, and it's going to be a difficult project, and you guys are going to have to work together to finish it. And then you make a group of 100 people where you allow self-identification and pride representation, like all just random people, and you allow that sort of thing. Most of the time, as evidenced by Japan, most of the time, the people in the group where you're not allowed to be a unique individual is going to get shit done because what makes them a cohesive unit is no longer how they are individually, but it's the unification of working on a project that gets them together, unifies them, and executes. When you make identification a personal thing, you can only identify or bond or form cohesion with someone else who also is doing the same. And you also split yourself from people who don't agree with that. So there is a time where you get to be you. There is a time where you should have your own everything. Who you want to fuck, who you want to marry, who you want to kill, I don't care, right? But there's also a time when you have to understand that putting your personal agenda, putting your personal beliefs and everything, you got to put it behind you so that it doesn't interfere with the cohesion of other people who might not be the same. It's a very difficult thing to go down because the removal of self, or the removal of uniqueness, is dehumanizing. That's a fact. But human beings naturally want to form collectives with like-minded people. So when you're in a group of 100 people who aren't like-minded, because they're separated by those things, they're going to divide. And that is how we literally get religion and war. We will never, or it will take a very long time, but as a species, we're going to have a very, very hard time of coming together because we want to be unique individuals, and people don't agree with other people in their uniqueness. I don't like that you're gay, or I don't like that you're bi, or blah, blah, blah. Like whatever. People are not going to agree with that sort of stuff, and it's going to divide humanity. And you're never going to be able to change that because some people are fucked in the head both ways. And that's in my opinion, that's the whole thing about Helldivers, is that you don't get a personal identity because your personal identity is how many bugs did you kill. Like, it's a hard thing to go down because it can be very poorly managed. It can go from the benefit of the group of the 100 to the benefit of the person above them. And that's where society can start falling apart. That's where people start pulling away and being like, I am a this. I don't want to be a part of the mass. I don't want to be a part of the agenda. I am a unique individual. I want to do my own things, right? And you will naturally progress to a point where people will pull away from that. But like I said, as evidence in Japan, sometimes you need to be a part of a group of people where the only thing you know about the other group of people is that they're trying to do the same thing that you are doing. And that is enough to make it a collective, like-minded group. And that's why, Japan has the whole, you can only have brown or black hair, and you have to wear a uniform in schools, and all this stuff, right? That's why. Yeah. Catalyst meme is from the character's voice line, I'm the grim trans, which your parents warned you about. It was the most pandery character they've ever introduced, and its sole purpose was to mark a checkbox. Yeah, that's no good. They did a really good job about keeping that whole thing out of the game from voice lines and stuff like that. That's really unfortunate. I still think Helldivers are just clones. That's why you're not classified as a Super Earth citizen. I would believe that. I would 100% believe that. Is there rebel clones or whatever? Right? From fucking Star Wars, where it's just yeah, you just go die. That's your job. You just go in, shoot things, collect oil, and die. Then why am I a super citizen, Kaito? Paid titles don't count. Alas, I still think it'd be funny to have an optional character designer section in Helldivers 2, only put the helmet on, never see their face again. Oh, that would actually be pretty funny. That would be a huge troll move, and it would probably piss off a lot of people. I spent 6 hours in the character designer, and I never get to see my character's face. Unless they put some sort of pop-up at the top that said, after completion, you will be wearing a helmet. You know what I mean? Because then it would be a funny meme, and people can make a bunch of funny characters and stuff like that. Or when you die, right? When your character model dies, the helmet gets blown off, and it's the only time you can see that character model's face.
Ads are going to start in a couple of minutes. Please be patient.
I think Helldivers has some freshness to it. You're not some hero or anything. You're just another grunt, and it feels nice. Dude, that was literally the problem with Battlefield 2042. People were begging, the developers were I just want to be a faceless grunt. I don't want a personality. I don't want to be a character. I don't want to have to play something that has its own fucking opinion. Just let me be a no-name grunt that shoots people. I don't want to be associated with a character. There's a huge issue with people who an Overwatch are yeah, I won't play a character because I don't want to be associated with the character, or I don't want to be associated with a stereotype that the character has, right? And there are people who won't play Mercy, or won't play Genji, or fucking won't play Widow, or all this other stuff where they're just yeah, the people who play this character are like this, and I'm not like that, and I don't want people to think I'm like that, therefore I'm not playing the character, right? It's just put me as a nameless grunt on the front lines where I'm doing something dumb and stupid, and I'm just shooting bugs until I die, and I come back in another hell pod, and I keep shooting bugs until I die. 2 days ago, I have gone to sleep at 5 a.m. I was reading manga. I am not normal. This night, I am like 3 or 4 max. I am tired. That's fair. Japan Culture Affairs is going after Ubisoft right now for... Yes! Dude. Thank you. Okay. I've stopped paying attention to Shadows. Looks decent, but the entire controversy is pointless to me. Okay, so let me explain something. Disclaimer. It's a fucking video game. Okay? We have bigger issues. End of disclaimer. The person that they're modeling the main character after, the Black Samurai, if you actually go look up what he did, like what he was a part of, and you look into things, you'll find out pretty quick. He was basically slave traded, slave air quotes, gifted, whatever you want to call it. He was owned and then was given away in a property right to Nabu because Nabu thought tall black man was really interesting and like legitimately tried to get him to scrub off the black from his skin because he thought it was ink. And he basically became a glorified secretary. I love ball. He basically became a glorified secretary. And did secretarial work. Never participated in any battle. Never had official training. Never did like anything that actually samurai had to go through. And the biggest problem is that in Japan, there's two kind of different words. There's samurai, which is the Japanese word, but there's also a different word that just essentially means warrior, where he was titled as a warrior and got his warrior rights and did stuff like that, but he never went through the training. He never went through the same regiments or like anything else like that a samurai went through. So like my opinion is that wow, it sure feels like you picked a token black guy because he was black instead of like anyone else. And did you guys do research on the black guy, or did you say, "Oh, the first black samurai, let's choose that guy"? Like, it definitely feels like a whole diversity purpose. Honestly, samurai just doesn't suit the Assassin's Creed universe. Yeah, that's another great fucking point. Let's just completely ignore the whole black samurai thing and just go into the whole samurai thing. You're an assassin. A ninja. An assassin. Like, why would you even pick a samurai in an assassin-styled game? The samurai were plated. They were warriors. They were on the front lines. They were fucking big, hulking masses of, like precision instruments, right? They weren't background targeting assassins and whatever. It's a fictional universe and they can do what they want. Oh, 100%. I agree. My only problem is that they based the character around a real character that wasn't what they're saying they were. And if I remember correctly, is this one of the first Assassin's Creed games where like they had like an actual person from history? Whereas like a lot of the other ones were like fictional characters? I think so. Yeah. Yeah, that's kind of more what bugs me. No. Is it not? It just because taking a okay, let me put it this way. If they said, here's a character, here's a black samurai who took inspiration from the black samurai of Japan, like the first black samurai, whatever. Okay, cool. I don't care. Not even a little bit. Don't care. But what they ended up doing...
real money to a fund that goes towards burning Ubisoft down. They're a sheet company who does nothing but pander for the sake of pandering.
Yeah, that sounds about right for you. Not for you, Sagba. I'm talking about for the guy on my shoulder. So it was 2 days, 7 hours in 11 days, with 2 not staying live. 3 stayed for like 30 minutes each is good. Yeah. Assassin's Creed Valhalla really pissed me off. I'm a huge Vikings fan. Ubisoft butchered the culture and history of the Vikings. Yeah, it's really tough, man. It really is. Like, if I didn't look into it, I wouldn't have known anything about it. And I should look into it to Valhalla because is it like a recurring theme where Ubisoft just picks a thing?
Welcome back from ads. Thank you for the pennies.
Guns N' Roses? Yeah, I know Guns N' Roses. Do they like...
As soon as I figure out how to get off this guy's shoulder, I am going to take over the world and burn it all down.
Good luck there, bud. I want to look into the history behind the Assassin's Creed games as a way of like, have they basically done this to other cultures or other types where they've taken the idea of something and went, oh, Vikings, and then went off and made something that's completely different from what Vikings actually did, or they go, oh, Black Samurai, and then go off and make something completely different from what the actual like thing is, because that's just kind of sucky. Like, I've tried saying it in an elegant way, but it doesn't matter that the dude's black. I don't give a shit. I would be equally upset if they took a white dude and just went off and went like, yeah, here's a white dude who did all of this stuff, and it's like, but that's a real name and has real history and did real things. So I'm like, yeah, but now he's doing this, and it's like, that feels weird. That feels weird. Assassin's Creed Valhalla was during the Great Viking craze because of the TV shows. Yeah, that makes sense. The MC of Assassin's Creed have been fictional people except for Yasuke and Alter. Interesting. I'd play a Viking game, to be honest. Yeah. Okay. So I try to tell other people, like, I would be equally upset if we had an Assassin's Creed game based out of like Southern Africa, right? Where the main character is somebody who came over because they were fleeing their like some East Asian country or whatever. And they ended up there and they like was picked up by the main tribe leader and went, hey, you know, your skin's white. You look interesting. You glow in the sun. I'm going to give you a bunch of land and I'm going to make you my secretary, right? And they made an Assassin's Creed game around how he was a tribal warrior.
Hurry.
Thanks, Starbark. Like, I would look at that and go, well, that's fucking dumb. Because in that particular point, if you switch everything around, you change it from Japan to South Africa, right? You change the main character from black to white. Like, you invert it, where you completely invert it on its head. And I look at that and I go, that's still just as fucked up. Except now it's more fucked up because now it feels like you're whitewashing shit, right? So, I don't care if they made a fictional character based on him. What I care about is that I know they're a business and I know why they're doing this. They're doing it because it's a black dude in Japan and they want a black main character in a setting where a black main character isn't everywhere else, right? Because they're a game company and that's what they're doing. That's what bugs me. I don't truly give a shit that much that it's not historically accurate. Battlefield did the same thing, right? I just know as a consumer that, like, you guys are just doing this because he's black. That's the whole reason why you're doing this, and don't pretend like it's not. And it makes sense that Japan is potentially going after them for that, because it's like, wow, you could have chose anyone native to Japan who grew up in Japan and was a part of the culture and was like ingrained in the history, and you could have had a fun assassin, like, because there's plenty of, dude, Japan has so much history, you could pick any random time and have something cool to work with. Was based off of someone. Okay, so was it not like specifically them? Was it just like, here's a character who's based off of a real world character? Because like, that's fine. I don't care about that. It's more an inspirational thing, unless they were using what history had and like putting them in. You're some Norsemen in Norway or Denmark or Sweden, and then once the harvest's in, you go and raid Anglo-Saxons or the French or Rome or Constantinople or settle in Russia or something. They took someone and just changed his name. I still think I'd be okay with that. It's not as good. Still not great because it's just like, okay, well, you changed their name, but it's still that person. It would be better if it was like, somebody different inspired by. But it's still at least a degree of separation that I can kind of get behind. It was based off of the real person. Ubisoft had an interview about it. Okay, interesting. Yeah, I don't like that Ubisoft is doing that with the Japanese based game because I feel like it's pandering to the Western audience for diversity, and like they're just trying to make something unique about it or something. I don't know. It's not, like I said, it's not anything to do with the people in IRL or anything like that. It's a company. We know why they're doing it. I'm not sure about the Unity and Syndicate MC. And yeah, I haven't really played a whole lot of Assassin's Creed just because, like, I think after the first couple of games, like, I think I played the first game and I was like, oh, this is cool. And then the second game came out and I'm like, isn't this just like Far Cry? Like, isn't this just like you go and get the towers and more of the map is revealed and you do that for every single game? And I started looking at it and being like, I didn't find the story that interesting, so like I didn't care to play it. I'm quoting them here. They thought it would be cool to have a black samurai. I mean, yeah, it is cool to have a black samurai. If I'm just kind of looking at it from a game dev aspect, like if I'm just looking at it from like a gameplay aspect and not at all associating it with any IRL stuff or like any real world or history or anything like that, it was just like black samurai. Like, yeah, that's kind of cool. But we live in the real world, and unless you're making your own, place and stuff, you kind of like Japan's kind of fucked, guys. Like, Japanese history is, even today, is very xenophobic, and pretty fucking racist. Just gonna put that out there. Not good. Japan's history is not good. It's kind of like saying, no, I'm not gonna say that. Never mind. But like, it's like, I don't know how else to put it. It just doesn't belong as a part of the history. It just doesn't belong, and that's okay. You're not gonna have a Jewish Nazi. It just doesn't work. It wouldn't make sense. And that's kind of the issue that we're running into with that. But, like I said, in a purely game development aspect, in a pure world where the history of like Japan and all that sort of stuff doesn't really necessarily exist, then yeah, having a black samurai would be cool. Dude, having a black ninja would be cool. You know what I mean? Having having a Viking ninja would be cool. Like, so you imagine some like ninja dude who's like 6'4" in a like bricked house trying to be quiet and like, I don't know, just it's the what is it? It's a version of Expectations where, you expect a big burly dude to be fucking meaty and big, but he's a big old teddy bear and a super softy, like Travis Willingham from fucking Critical Role, right? Everyone loves the version of Expectation because it gives them kind of something fresh and new, right? It's not what they expected. Yeah, it is cool. But just like an influencer has to be aware that they influence other people and they have to be careful what they say, game developers and game publishers have to be aware of the impacts of the shit that they're making, especially when they're associated with anything real in the world. And I just don't think Ubisoft does that. Japan is for the Japanese. China is for the Chinese. This is the way Asia works. I would go so far as to say that Western society is no compatible with their cultures because of the orderly and how orderly and proper. Yeah, I agree. Japan and China, Korea, fucking all of those cultures in general were very much based around being very strict, very limited, very precise, very to a T. And Western culture is like, I don't know, dude, we'll do whatever the fuck you want. Like, you know what I mean? Just culture wise, yeah, we're very different in those aspects. That's just how we are, and that's okay. Ubisoft legitimately said he was a real samurai. I think even in Japan, technically speaking, he was a Bushido. Bushdio. No, Bushido. Which is warrior, more correctly translated as warrior. But I think even Japan classified him as samurai based on their own. There's a museum. There's people who work there. There's people who go through the records. But the thing is, the records are very limited. It's a very, 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 very niche thing. And there's not a lot of documentation about it. There's not a lot of inner workings about it. We just know kind of what he didn't do. The stuff that he did do is relatively limited. So, like, if Japan straight up calls him a samurai, and Japan says, then yes, he was our first black samurai, then okay. Sure, he was the first black samurai. The people who own the culture in history have decided so. That's fine. But he certainly didn't go out fighting, because that was not a part of it. Like, Japan is very proud of their culture. They embrace their traditions. It's extremely risky to steer away from accuracy. Yeah. Japan is very, very culture based. It moves. Like, don't get me wrong. Just like Western society as well, Japan still moves with their culture. It's just much slower. Much slower. Like, letting people dye their hairs or letting people get their own uniqueness. Like, old people eventually die. But the thing is that I feel, I could be wrong, but I feel that Japan's culture is very who's in control, right? So if once you hit 30, if that generation is in control, then that generation, until they are in their late 80s, whatever, is controlling how everything kind of goes. In Western culture, we're very subjected to, 10 or 15 years have gone by? Oh, we're just going to change everything. Now cancel culture is a thing. Now, like, everyone does this and everyone does that. And it was like 30 years ago, it's completely different. Where in Japan, that doesn't really happen. Like, they don't just have this big swing of their culture because they're very, like, I don't want to say oppressed, but they're more kind of organized and, like, filed, and I don't know how to put it without sounding bad, but they're just not they don't run the same. Assassin's Creed shouldn't be considered historically accurate ever. Once we accept that, then we can find better reasons for Ubisoft to burn. I am fine with that. If everyone agrees that, Assassin's Creed isn't meant to be historically accurate, I'm game. I'm cool with that. The only problem is when Ubisoft starts picking actual names from real history and actual people from real history and actual cultures that actually exist and actual countries that actually exist. And it starts getting to the point where, like, how can you say they're not historically accurate when they keep pulling things from history? Hello there. Hi, Liz. Assassin's Creed is a good stepping stone to doing your own research. I can kind of agree that. I mean, I didn't know anything about this dude. I didn't know anything about the Black Samurai, and so I went, what is this controversy about? And I started digging into it and went, okay. I can see why this is a controversy now. Samurai was a middle-class noble. I believe being a samurai technically got you into nobility, but, like, you could become a samurai even if you weren't a noble. I don't know enough about it. The research that I did was fucking months ago, and most of it left my brain already. He was effectively a retainer, as far as I know. You are correct. He was a retainer. Yes. Now, the whole concept is that there was a whole thing about, well, if you're a retainer, only samurais could be retainers, and that makes him a samurai, and, like, he had the sword, but the sword was technically a ceremonial thing, and then there's just, like, a whole back and forth about it. The long and short of it came down to, when you ask Japan, and you ask their culture and their historians, was he a samurai? Specifically samurai, not Bushido, but samurai. And they go, yes, then okay. That's their history. They get to make that call. And I think they did. So as much as I'd be like, well, he's a samurai by title only, not by anything else. Like, we have, like, in histories, right? In Anglo-Saxon history, we have nobles by title only, or we have knights by title only, right? So I think there's still the whole thing where they're like, he was samurai by title only, right? And then it's like, okay, sure. But he's not going to be running around in a full plate of armor, swinging swords at people. And, like, fuck no, dude. He was a retainer. He didn't have any sword training, or he did, and it was like a month or something. It was a weird thing. Bro, I searched for some streamers like VTubers and I couldn't write down anything. Like I didn't feel comfortable like here. Like your voice is so relaxing and all of them was girls. I mean, I'm afraid of women. You'll get over that. Women aren't that scary. Women are just guys with vaginas. And boobs. And once you figure that out, then you can talk to them and they're fine. You're canceled. Your opinion did not align with a hive mind. I want my own hive mind. Best VTuber? I appreciate it, man. I want to be. But all I really want to be is just somebody who can afford to live off of streaming. Yes, he was a retainer. Keep going. Let the Doge cook. Then they shouldn't have marked as such. Hi Blizz. They constantly use historical figures. Yeah, once you become a samurai, you're classified as a middle class noble. You had similar rights as noble. Okay, so it was like a nobility like a knightship in like Europe or whatever. Like you start getting different rights and access to different things. The question at that point becomes, well, did he fight anyone? And if the answer is no, then it's historically inauthentic to depict him as doing so, even in historical fiction. And that's kind of where, you know, a lot of people come down to, right? There are people who are like, you know, oh, I don't care if he was a samurai. I don't care if he wasn't a samurai. Like, that's not the problem. The problem is when we look into the history, he participated in 0 battles. As a matter of fact, I remember this specifically when his owner, his sponsor, I think sponsor is a bit of a better word than owner. When his sponsor died, was killed in a revolt by his brother or something like that. The person who started the revolt and essentially killed his sponsor basically told his second in command, don't bother killing him because he is essentially a beast following his owner's commands. They didn't consider him his own enough person to be worthy of killing because he wasn't a free thinker. He wasn't somebody who had opinions, who was influencing whatever was going on. They basically said he's a dog and he was just following his owner's commands and we shouldn't be killing beasts, essentially. And he was let go and returned to where he came from. The dude not only didn't participate in fights, but was so out of fights that when a fight did happen around him, instead of killing the dude, they just sent him back home. The question at that point becomes, do you fight anyone? Didn't they delete and recreate a ton of wiki articles to better support them? Ubisoft? Ooh, I don't know about that one. I haven't heard anything about that, but that seems very suspicious. Gotta go to bed to read manga. Hopefully this manga ain't depressing. Go read ecchi. Ecchi isn't depressing. Go look at like big titties and stuff. That always keeps people smiling. It's the whole concept of them. Harem, or go read like Cat Planet Cuties or something. I think they have a manga. That was a dumbass move on their part. The issue is more of a reach. This issue is more of a reach, yeah. Like I said earlier, it'd be like an Assassin's Creed game set in medieval Swabia, where a Jewish retainer of the Holy Roman Emperor is then depicted as a knight and goes around fighting people. It's just inaccurate. Yeah, that's a lot of words I don't really understand, but I kind of get what you're getting at with that. And I agree with you there. And ultimately, it becomes... You can feel very taken away or de-immersed from a game when you know the world around the character doesn't support the character existing, right? Like, imagine playing an alien on a game that takes place on Earth and just being like, this alien named Bob has a job and goes to school and like goes to bars and drinks with people. And like, you're like, how the fuck is no one screaming about the fact that this dude is an alien? Like, the immersion is, you're just forcibly pulled out of it because the world around the character doesn't support the character existing there. And it's just like some green-skinned alien dude walking around chugging a 40 in a bar, like throwing darts. And you're just like, I mean, this is a cool game, but like, what the fuck? I have a big thing about respecting the culture you're basing your game of. Do it right or don't do it at all. I agree. I think because you can make a great game and educate people. Oh my god, I'm losing my mind. You can make a great game around history and educate people in the microcosm that your game takes place in. And that's really cool because you know it's real. You're playing out actual events and potentially actual things they really said. Like there's a really cool immersion in playing a game where the developers were very passionate about keeping it historically accurate, down to the dude having a PB&J at noon in a cutscene, right? And you go and you look it up and you're like, here's all the things that really happened. And they're like, the dude actually had a PB&J and like he actually forgot his magazine and had to go back. Like you know how like you can make a story and you can make people so invested in a story because the character was a real person and the character is doing things that a person actually did. So you get very connected to the character because they seem so human, because they were human and the things that they're depicting actually happened. You know what I mean? So you can make really cool historical games around fighting and shit. And like, obviously the fights aren't going to be realistic. You know what I mean? Like, you don't need to get stabbed once and die. You don't need the fucking emotional damage, right? You don't need to get to that level of realism. But when it's realistic enough that somebody can go online and look at the event and be like, oh, I remember when we did that in the game. And like this happened. And like that, holy shit, that's really cool. Because now the story you remember from the game isn't a story from the game. It's a story from reality. It's something that when you remember the game, you'll be like, that really actually happened. And that's cool. That has its own value. And I think that I'd love to play historically accurate games just because I get to play a game and also see real history happen. If I'm seeing fake history, I don't give a shit. Unless it's a cool story and, you know, obviously different things. But there's a whole level of attachment that comes from a different story versus something based out of reality. No, actually, I saw one with like 230 chapters, and then the last chapter named something like the name of the protagonist, and I think it's dead, and I dropped the series. I don't want to be traumatized anymore. I mean, I'm sure there's like review sites about does the main character die? Because I'm pretty sure if I remember correctly, there's websites with like does the dog die, where they list all of the movies where there's a dog's death, and you can go look at the movie you're watching to see if it's on the list and then drop it. It's very funny. Jewish people in Christian medieval society typically did not take up arms on account of an old Roman statute that was still being observed. Expectations in being Spain. Oh, that's funny. As far as I know, there was no knighted Jewish people before 1700. Yeah, it's a great example. The example that you put above is a great example. Learning without realizing you're learning. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, being able to do that is super cool. Okay, take care. Being able to do something that is entertaining and learn at the same time is probably the best way to learn. Like, and history for a lot of people can become very difficult because it's extremely separated from reality. Reading something in a book and trying to remember that it actually happened is no different than reading a story in a book and trying to make it like it actually happened. At least to my autistic brain. Like history, sure, it happened. But at the same time, the weight doesn't exist. You know what I mean? And I think it is the autism. If I got put in front of a rock that had somebody carved into it, their names in like 16 AD or something like that, and it was perfectly preserved and like whatever, my brain would be like, that was 500 years. That was 5 generations. That was before the United States existed. That some human being did a thing to the stone. Nope, can't fathom that. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it just doesn't process. Like, it could be like, you could have told me someone did that 3 hours ago, and I'd be like, I believe you. You know what I mean? Like, it doesn't sink in. So, when reading, studying, or doing anything related to history, there's a level of, like, disconnect I have of, like, I mean, this is cool, but this doesn't happen anymore. And if there isn't anything associated with this in the current world, then to me, it's just, it might as well be fiction. It might as well be fiction. So in order to learn, I would be able to learn better if it was more of like a reality based in my head, where it's like I'm watching the story unfold or I'm watching things happen. And it was like, this actually happened because at least to me, I'm watching it and it exists in my mind as something I did 2 hours ago and I was there for. Even if it's something that happened 500 years ago, I wasn't there for. It's got to something to do with how my brain processes stuff, because I didn't give a shit about history. I also have a hard time with names. Names are something that like my brain doesn't, you know, hold on to. Like I see a name and I'm like, okay. And then they disappear and they come back and I'm just like, I know you have a name, but why was it important? All right. Well, now that we're 3.5 hours into stream, I should probably figure out what I'm going to do for a game. Because, yep. I could play Dredge. I haven't played Dredge in a bit. It's a very chill game. Let's see. There was somebody who wanted to play marbles a while ago. Dude, I am hot in here. I forgot I turned the AC down. Is there anything trending on Steam? State of Decay, Final Fantasy, Season 5 of Call of Duty, like anyone gives a shit. Carnal Instinct. Again, Warframe. Or not Warframe, fucking Warzone Season 5. Wait, so we have an advertisement for Season 5 of Call of Duty, and then 2 clicks away, we have an advertisement for Warzone Season 5. Okay, because those are two definitely different games. Bellwright. Ready or Not. Oh Dear, which is pretty funny. Path of Exile, I'll never get into. Another Crab's Treasure. Souls-like Dark... What the fuck is this? Wait, this game has overwhelmingly positive ratings? It bothers me that there's 7 days to die achievement called Alexander the Great, but the icon is a Roman helmet. Oh, Jesus Christ. That sounds something exactly like that would bother you. Mobius. Wait, why does this look exactly like a fucking freeze frame from SpongeBob? That's so funny. China was the first to discover North America, then the Vikings, then Columbus. China was also the first to explore the sea. Oh, that's kind of cool. I didn't know any of that. The world's crabbiest Souls-like. What? And an epic treasure hunt. It's time for crab. Another crab's... Wait, why is this game... Wait, this is a $30 game. Holy shit. It's like Sekiro, but wetter. Do not buy. Okay, great review. This game is so fucking good. Good writing, engaging story, great voice acting, good level design, visually pleasing UI, lots of abilities to shell design, cool bosses. It's $30 at full price. 15 hours for 100% completion. So it's not too busy. It's actually pretty good from what I've seen. How's it doing on like Steam though? Or not Steam, Twitch. Kind of looking forward to Star Wars Outlaws. I've heard a couple people are, but you know, I don't really know anything about it. I can't really give a good opinion about it. Let me see. Is it in the Twitch tracker? What's it called? It's called Another Crab's Treasure. So Bad Gateway. Good job. Fuck. Hang on. I don't... Let me see. That's not where I wanted to go. Same engine as Avatar. It's a massive open world version of Star Wars. Okay, that could be good if they actually treat it like, you know, a game that deserves... Because open world games are real hard to do right. Open world games are very much so, you know, like, well, thanks for the pets. Hi, plushie. Lost interest after I heard that I had to pay $100 to get the full game. Ooh, yeah, that's no good. That is no good. Hi, plushie. Path of Exile, Minecraft, Dota, Elden Ring, Call of Duty, Virtual Casino. That is so sad that has so many fucking people. IRL, World of Warcraft, Dead by Daylight, Marvel Rivals. Yeah, Marvel Rivals is apparently popping up. Yeah, hi, plushie. You know, oh my... Dude, Marvel Rivals has more viewers than Overwatch does right now. Hello? Oh, you know why? It's because all the Overwatch streamers are doing Marvel Rivals. That's so funny. It's an Ubisoft game also. Ugh. I believe only the planets are massive, not space. Interesting. How you doing, Push? Chained Together? Still up there, huh? Interesting. Good for them. Darker Darker, ASMR, Final Fantasy, Escape from Tarkov, versus Roblox, PUBG. EP? Why EP? Did you sleep? Did you eep? It's actually pretty good. It's like $70 for the quote-unquote base game. Another 60 or something to get some skins and whatever they gutted out of the base game to hawk at you under the guise of a DLC. Hello, Anthem. Is that you? And I don't mean that in like a I don't mean that in like a hyperbolic way. I mean, literally, they went to the Anthem developers, said stop any production on work that you did 3 months ago to the end of the game is now the first DLC. And they were like, guys, that's why we can't do that because this is part of the core game story, you know, like day one DLC or whatever. Yeah, that was a real thing. I mean, not since last night. So you didn't take a nap. Okay. The only thing that's difference between the bundles is a few side missions, battle pass, and cosmetics. I mean, Mobius is kind of the type of person that I think would like to, you know, get 100% or get the entirety of the game. So when the whole game isn't... Like, I agree with Mobius that I think editions are bullshit. Just give me the fucking game. Don't give me the gold editions and the silver edition and the bronze edition and make me feel like a fucking pleb for buying the base game and calling it bronze. You know what I mean? No nap, just wake. I see. What you up to? Super Mario 64. Okay, so that's the top 5. Baldur's Gate still out there, huh? I'm not seeing Crab. Let me look. I wanted to see how it might be doing as a stream game. Let's see. What's it doing? Oh, it's taking a second. Okay. Oh. Man, God, see, this is the reason why you got to check every day. So I missed the peak of the game.
You wonderful.
Oh, hi, Zell.
You.
Derpy eye moment. Yes. This is why you got to keep an eye on games. So I missed the hype train around Another Crab's Treasure. Apparently, it released in early May, and spiked to 15,000 viewers, and now it's at 268. So we're not streaming that, because yep. But that's okay. Looks like a fun game. We gotta take a peek at it. How you doing, Zell? And just the Anthem does. You took us off Mass Effect before it was finished. Let us finish this one. Yeah, no. No, EA says no. I still count that as being a part of what should be in the base game. It's like Red Dead Redemption 2, hiding a bank robbery behind a paywall, but more predatory. It was really only the one side mission people got upset with because it had to do with Jabba. I mean, just don't do that. If the game is already complete and the mission is already finished, don't paywall it. That's just, you know, it just feels predatory. It feels like they're just every nickel and dime that they can possibly get. Publishers are the worst. Oh man, Zell, you missed Dude, I'm not joking, the last 3.5 hours have been nonstop dogging on publishers and shitty game companies. You would have been so happy to just listen, because it was, man, we went after EA, we went after fucking Ubisoft, we went after CD Projekt Red a bit, like we went after fucking publishers, game development companies, everyone, the whole nine. We were just up everyone's ass about how bad the state of the games industry is. Side missions don't really bug me because it isn't a part of the main story. It's just side stuff to do when you're bored. Yeah, I mean, well, that comes down to individual preference. So similar to you, where I'm like, I mean, if it's not the main story, I don't give a shit. But there are other people who, I mean, specifically those who are on the spectrum, like the autistic spectrum, who feel like they're buying something, and if they don't have everything that should be in the game when they do the initial purchase, it's like they're not buying the complete product. So they are compulsively, instinctually moved towards whatever they need to do to get the complete product, to get the full package, to get what they can get. And when that's $100 or $110, then some people are like, well, I'm not even going to play it because I'm not getting the whole thing with the initial price, only with this price. Therefore, the game is this price, and I don't want to pay that. Yeah, and like Mobius said, it's just a difference. It's a difference of how people play games. I think it's either like 2 or 3 side missions that are locked behind a paywall out of the hundreds that are in the entire game. It's a binary issue. Yeah, that's what it comes down to. It's very black or white. I mean, that's black or white thinking is an autistic thing. It's very black or white for people. It's either the game has all of the missions that it can have at launch, or the game doesn't have all the missions that it can have at launch. And some people just don't look past that, or can't get past that. And that's obviously nothing against them. It's just how they view the game. And it sucks because sometimes we miss out on games that are really cool that otherwise could be really fun. But at the same time, I also think not buying the game doesn't give people money for the practices as well, of like, I'm not going to give you any money because I don't think doing that is cool. And then now, if everyone did that, they wouldn't do it anymore. But, that's the whole vegan and a meat eating industry thing. I was watching chat between things at work. I had a 3-hour meeting as usual on Monday. Ah, I see. So you probably kind of did see what was going on. All right, what do we got here? Wait, did I get that game or did I put it in my wish list? Sex camera action. Hey, you guys want to play a sex game on stream? That'll go over great, right? Holy shit, it's $6.09. I love it. Yeah. Another hentai game. These are new and trending, by the way. So, for our top sellers, we have the Steam Deck, Path of Exile, Final Fantasy, Call of Duty, Ready or Not, Cataclysmo, and Warzone. God, we're so fucking cooked. Dude, the gaming industry is so dead. I mean, it's hard enough to get discovered off platform too, because if you're not on Steam, like, you just don't exist. You can't be a VTuber without owning a few hentai games. I have one, but I don't think it's owned because I don't think you pay for it. It's whatever that island game is. Let's see if I can find it. It's like Monster Island, I think. I can just search island. Ooh. Yeah, Monster Girl Island. So I own one. So waiting on you to play Delta V Rings on Saturn with a furry mod. I mean, it's just, unfortunately, it's just not my game. It's not like my cup of tea. Also, holy shit, it's hot in here. All right, I gotta go turn on the AC. Give me a second. But I did download a couple of things that I could potentially play. I kind of want to try Vampire Survivors. I could also do Power Wash Simulator as well if you guys want to watch me clean shit. It's a pretty chill game. Nekos are furries? Nah, Nekos aren't furries. Nekos are Neko Mimi. Which I believe is an aka Mimi. Or something Mimi. It's cat ears. It's not Neko Mimi. Chemo Mimi. Chemo Mimi. Kemonomimimi. Yeah, so Chemo Mimi, or whatever the fucking katakana kanji is, literally meaning animal ears, is the concept of depicting a human-like or human-like characters with animal ears, and by extension, other features such as tails. Not furry. You can go run around and stare at Bunny's ass. I mean, I could, but this is not a fun stream game, you know? Neko is human with animal features like ears and tail, while fur is an animal with human features. Yeah, I mean, technically true. It's anthropomorphized animals. I associate Nekos with anime more than furries. I recognize the overlap. I mean, yeah. But, like, Beastars is, like, furry. You know? Cat Planet Cuties is not furry. Oh, hey, look, even fucking... So we have Jujin, which is Beastman, Chemomimi, which is Beast Ears, and Chemono, which is Beast. So, in other words, you have your furry, your feral, and your cat ears. Not gonna lie, Power Wash SpongeBob and 40k DLC wait, there's a SpongeBob DLC? Oh my god, there is a SpongeBob DLC for Power Wash Simulator, isn't there? Nova Drift is a really good arcadey game. I highly recommend. Nova Drift, huh? I am Talk Pork. Thank you, Wolf. Always helpful. Okay, let me go check this out. Nova what? Nova Drift, huh? 17 bucks. The amount of times I would get called a furry on Roblox just because my avatar has cat ears, wolf, or foxtails. I mean, people also just, like, want to find ways to dig on people. Oh, this looks kind of similar. Reminds me of a game I used to play on my phone. I've never been very good in bullet hell games, though, unfortunately. Although I didn't... Dude, I'm going to go look up Just Shades and Beats, and we'll see if there's another game similar to it. Because, man, I really liked that. I really liked that game. Funny, I'm not a furry butt video. Fucking dude, there's so many, like, I'm not a furry butt, and then immediately puts hot furry guy characters on screen, like Bow and shit. Nico's more demi-human. Yeah, demi-human is probably about right. Born from human and wait, isn't that bestiality? I mean, isn't fucking a dragon and making a dragonborn technically bestiality? Even though the dragon is, like, sentient enough to consent. Thinking about it too much. It's funny. No, all cat girls are genetically modified. I know a dwarf is from a human and a demon. They put Balto from the movie there. We're just gonna pretend that I didn't see that. Okay. Dude, I really, 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 really want another fucking Just Beats and Shapes. We have 48 handcrafted stages with licensed tracks from over 20 chiptune and EDM artists. Can you guys make another game, please? Just for me? Like, literally just for me, and I can stream it, and then you can take my stream and use it as advertisement for your game, please? Just make another one. Just make another one. It was so good. God damn, it was so good. Just make another one, please. There's got to be something like it, right? More like this. Okay. Earth Defense Force 6 is not anything like Shapes and Beats. Fuck you, game. Neither is Overcooked. Beat Saber, I'll give you. What is... Neither is Brawlhalla. You're just trying to sell me games that are doing well. What? None of this is like this game at all. Oh, there you go. Geometry Dash is. At least somewhat. Huh. Nope, unfortunately nothing. Make your own game, turn it into a development stream. Huh. It would be fun. It would be fun to make a game, and honestly, kind of easy. Kinda. From a technical standpoint, easy to make a game similar to Shapes and Beats. As in, you draw boxes that have collisions with other boxes, and when they hit, it dies, right? Super simple. But the difficulty comes from mapping it, where it's like, this move, like, these bullets come from here and spawn there, and like that sort of thing. Would be super fun. But I would have to, like, basically... I would have to spend so much money getting, like, songs licensed out. It would only end up being, like, a couple of songs or whatever. The innate desire to be a wealth man and just throw money at people who make things and, like, go more, please. I know, right? Lasers aren't real. Badger EDF 4.5, yeah. Someone sent me a picture of their enchanted ring in Skyrim. It's called The Magic Isn't Real, you idiot. And it gives 200% magic resistance. That's pretty funny. That's a game prices. People complain how Ubisoft games are $80 for base, but yet Dragon's Dogma 2 is $100 for base. I mean, prices are just out of control in general. Like, I don't give a shit. Anything over $60 is too much. Hell, sometimes anything over $30 is too much. Lo-fi ping pong. I mean, that's a thing that exists. I think Bollatro would be a good decent little game that you can play while chit-chatting. It's cool synth music. Yeah, you got that for me, but I don't know if I'd be able to, like, hang on. Nope. Oh my goodness. B-A-L. Man, I'm just bad with card games. I will probably have to watch something off stream to get me into the game. To be fair, I somewhat understand. The cost to make a game has increased 100-fold. Uranium. No. No, we're not getting any uranium. The cost of games have only increased because people have decided that more complex games visually are better games, and that's not true. There's nothing stopping people from making a Mario, Super Mario 64 and, like, only needing a couple of developers and making Super Mario 64 for way cheaper because our development tools are better. And also, when games turn into a live service game and you're making fucking money hand over fist on microtransactions, that it just doesn't hold up anymore. When you spend, we talked about this on stream the other day, or maybe it was like a month ago. When you spend $100 million on a fucking voice actor for your game versus $100,000 because you wanted name recognition, is that really worth it? Yeah, uncontrollable growth. I mean, it's almost like having investors constantly trying to get you to make more money from games isn't sustainable. Scope growth, marketing, inflation for devs. We should make a distinction here. AA and quadruple A games have increased in price. I wonder how much CD Projekt paid to have Keanu Reeves. Yeah, that's a great example. Did we need Keanu Reeves? Probably not. AA and indie games are about the same as ever. Yeah, and that's the whole thing is, like, scope creep. Scope creep in the sense of developers not staying in their fucking lane with their projects and thinking that they need to be a first-person shooter and a battle royale and a sim and a fucking dating game and an airplane game and all that sort of shit. Yeah, I mean, indie games are gonna take over. I'm just waiting. They're starting to, like, they're doing a really good job now, but yeah. When they put the budget into Bunny's ass, it makes sense. Well, they're putting a lot of things into Bunny's ass, I'm sure. Oh, right. I was going to change the AC. Hang on. I mean, to be fair, like, some of the stuff that I want to do, so I can justify my weird off-puttedness from game, is take like the models from the game and strip them out and put them in a blend, like, into a 3D modeling software, lay them on top of each other, and just see how much of the same between all the models are. Like, literally, all the models have the exact same body shape, dimensions, and everything, and just in the face. You know? To be indie, games are more of a learning project with the hopes that they take some money off of it. Yeah, the scope of indie games are a bit harder to quantify, I think. It's like, when do you stop becoming an indie dev? Is it if you have 5 or more people, right? Is it if your project scope cost is more than $1 million? You know, what is like the definition for an indie? I think any game not associated with a publisher or a major studio. Okay. So, a self-published game. Now, hello. Hi, Mimi. That's a good definition. But now I have to ask you, what classifies as a major studio? A lot of indie games get published by third parties. Micro Prose is a good example of this. I think it has to be, for me, it probably comes down to dev team size and like project cost. Yeah. Honestly, I think once you're over 10 people in your dev team, I think you're not really indie anymore. A major studio is the one with more than 1,000 devs. Oh, man, 10. Man, it's really tough. Like, okay, can we agree that Team Cherry is still an indie, or like indie devs? Like the people who did Hollow Knight. Meanwhile, Star Citizen was in multiple studios.
Going to start in a couple of minutes.
$750 million. Yeah. Rip ads. Let me look. Team Cherry size. So this was 2 years ago. Thou count to 3, no more, no less. 3 shall be the number thou shalt count, and the number of counting shall be 3. 4 shall thou not count, neither count thou 2, excepting that then to proceed to 3. 5 is right out. This over-exaggeration is not completely false. Contractors and several other people. Interesting. Holy shit, Silk Song still. 3 people. Oh, hey, there we go. It was a webpage. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, it's 3 people. Tem devs is still extremely small in the grand scope of things. Power World is like 15 or so, and I think Power World is an indie game. Yeah, you're not wrong. And it's hard. The PAL dev were almost bankrupt. Yeah, didn't they have to? They released the game because like they didn't have a choice, if I remember correctly. I mean, good for them. You know, that's how you make a great game, right? You release it when you don't have a choice. Because like if they had a choice, CEO funded the entire game, dude. What a fucking champ. Good for him.
Hello.
Hello. All right, how about over 100 people? I think once you get over 100 people, you're no longer a small company. Once you start, or over 99, once you get into triple digits of employees, you're like a small business at that point. You're not indie. Like, you're not just some people having fun. You could say 50 or more, but like, there's also the difficultness of like wanting to make a AA or AAA quality game and having a big upstart with people, but still being an indie studio. He said the budget was when they were back. Account was empty. Oh my god, that's so funny. Yeah, if they didn't release it. Oh wow, that's unfortunate. Hi, Sen, how you doing? In my opinion, in indie is team number and like the way the game is handled. Usually indie feels a more personal project than favoritory. Yeah, it could be. I mean, it's hard because it'd be like, oh, this is an indie team, and it's like, well, no, they had, 150 staff members and $3 million to make this game. You know what I mean? I'm supposed to be making a YouTube video, but I'm here instead. Feel honored. I'm just cheering myself up. I mean, I'm glad you're here. Power World cost $10 million. How the fuck how did that guy float $10 million? What? Or was it just over the course of like 4 years? I mean, even still, that's $2 million a year. Go make your video. Okay to take a break. I don't mind. I'm just thinking like, dude, man, my life is so cheap to fund. I just want I want some random fucking actor just to be like, yeah, here's $2 million, and me being like, thank you, sir, I shall live the rest of my life off of this. God, it'd be so nice to be able to work on projects with like, it would be so nice to work on projects with small scopes, as in like life projects. I'm gonna do this or do this, and just not have to worry about money. But doing scopes of projects where you do feel like you have to worry about money, where you keep things small. Maybe I head off the topic for a moment. Get out of the box. I see. That was good. I mean, honestly, if it's late for you, just come back to it tomorrow. If that's like something you can do. Because I'm doing a video as well, funny enough. I started actually cutting up my what's it called? My Elden Ring. I started cutting that up today. And that's not getting done for like a week or something. Bro, I'm in the same time zone as you. Nope. I have the memory of a cracked goldfish. There's a lot of people in a lot of different time zones. Halloween was made for around 300,000. I've never heard of it. I forgot that. Yeah. That's okay. Don't worry about it. It's fine. I recommend watching the interview with the CEO. He explained the entire process, start to finish, all the struggles, how they changed the software engines, etc. Yikes. Dude, honestly, though, like, I feel like they're not going to be the only ones. Like, it's going to be to the point where more indie devs are going to come out and do that, right? Because indie devs don't give a shit about constantly charging people for shit, right? The indie devs don't give a shit about microtransactions because in their market, that's not feasible. So if we want to get better games, we basically have to support indie developers who are going to be putting out games who are like, here's the game and all the content for the game, and that's it, right? And if that's what we want, that's who we're going to have to support, because they literally can't put microtransactions in because they don't have enough money or enough people to be able to do so. Keeping track of everyone's time zone is crazy. I try, but I'm not very good at it. It's basically, are you in North America or are you in Europe? And I fuck that up sometimes too. Like I know Mira. I'm just gonna call him Mira. I know Mira's in Japan. I know Beta's in Germany. Meow's in Germany.
Welcome back from ads. Thank
I
you
think
for
Senna's in the same
pennies.
time zone as me. And yeah, I try to do what I can, but there's a lot of people that come and go. So, I'll send you a DM on what's going on later. Okay. And they hired an animator.
Greetings from the Antarctica Research Base.
Yeah, okay, Sagma. I'm ESC. Yeah, okay, so you are in my time zone. Wait. Did you say you don't know what Halloween the movie is? Oh, I know what Halloween the movie is. Did they make a game? Wait. Oh, yeah, because we were talking about games. So I got very confused. When they hired an animator, he said he shook their head. Shook their head and said, "What are you doing here?" Like, as in, they didn't have the funds to hire an animator? Or... like, he had to redo everything from scratch. So, like, they weren't at the point where they were going to be in the animation process. As in, they had no idea what they were doing. I saw the message come up and I immediately looked up at my preview window to see the duck. Or the goose. Huh, interesting. That's rough. I mean, ultimately, they got a really good payday for it. I don't know if they went black, though. I don't know if they went back to the positive. They probably went to the positive. If they're not going to the positive now, they're going to be going to the positive if they actually get picked up for a movie by Sony. But, you know, I'm a little... I don't know, man. I'm so cynical now. I really am. I hate to admit it, but I'm just so cynical in the industry. The entertainment industry as a whole has just... yeah. They used cheap software. Animation was a complete mess. Interesting. It's almost like if it's a company, I'm immediately put off. You know what I mean? If it's people, then it's cool and it's all good. But if it's a company, then it's just like, nah, don't care. Tank plummeted, shot itself in the face. How much of a budget RE7 went into making
Hello,
Lady
fellow
D?
penguin fecal researcher.
Oh, penguin fecal researcher. Oh my god. Isn't bird shit white? Isn't that like really hard to find in Antarctica? Oh wait. No wait. There's no polar bears in Antarctica. Are there penguins in Antarctica? There's probably penguins in Antarctica. Their in-house animators have no animation experience. When they switched engines, none of them knew how to code for it except for the one dev they hired that talked them into switching engines. Wow. It reminded me of a teacher story when I was when he was hired into a company. His full database was in one table and he had to read. Holy shit. RE8, yeah. We used smell and taste to find it. Okay, Tar, thanks. Penguins are from Madagascar? Excuse me? Yes. Smile and wave, boys. Smile and wave. Smile and wave, boys. Smile and wave. Yeah, having an entire database in one table is fucking terrifying. I don't even have a job in database management, and at least I know how to architect tables better than that. So, oh god, dude, there's so many people with jobs that shouldn't have them, and I just sit here and I go like, I could make a shit ton of money if people knew about me. It's like, I'm intelligent enough to know how to handle things, and also intelligent enough to know when I don't know something. Ugh. A fun fact: lobsters are biologically immortal. Oh yeah, aren't crabs as well? I think like a lot of shellfish are. And aren't trees also biologically immortal? I feel like trees are. I'm not sure if all trees are, but I feel like redwoods are. Unless, because like, aren't redwoods like multiple thousands of years old or something? Are trees biologically immortal? Are trees biologically native? What the fuck? Yeah, but there are people who they don't know how to do things and then proceed to do the thing anyway. Yeah, there's kind of a management issue with stuff like that where like they don't want to hire somebody else to do it the right way, and somebody goes, I mean, I could probably figure it out, and then they do something enough to get it working, and they're like, okay, that's fine, and then move on. Zell knows exactly what I'm talking about. Lobsters only die due to starvation because they don't have the energy to gather food. Ooh, interesting. In plants, aspen trees are one example of biological immortality. Each individual tree can live for 40 to 150 years above ground, but the root system of the colony is long-lived, and in some cases for thousands of years, sending up new trunks as the older trunks die off above the ground. Huh. I'm pretty sure the redwoods are almost as old as Keanu Reeves. Jesus. Redwoods, yes, I knew what you meant. Physiological limits. Huh. So the idea of trees being biologically immortal is because we're not finding a whole lot of like biological degradation within trees due to age. Um as far as people understand, their DNA degradation is the same as any others. Some things have pretty good DNA repair mechanisms, like the immortal jellyfish. I guess there are a couple of personal kind pines that have been around for about 5,000 years, which to me is pretty damn immortal, but I am pretty sure that most species of trees eventually die off of old age regardless of conditions. Interesting. Okay. Huh. Okay. So there is DNA degradation within trees as well that will have them die of old age. Evolution really screwed over humans. We didn't get any of the cool stuff. See, here's the thing. We make nuclear bombs, so I'm pretty sure we got all the cool stuff. Also, sex is pretty cool. Although I know most mammals have that, but like, we have toys for it now, so you know. I mean, well, to be fair, I'm pretty sure dolphins have pufferfish, uh, which is kind of dark, but I mean, hey, they got something, I guess. I prefer to reglow rims than nukes. Ow, what? Don't boo me because I'm right. You know what? I'm gonna boot up Overwatch, and I'm going to regret this choice. Because I'm feeling like I want to shoot stuff. Let's see how fucking terribly this goes. Oh, I have to update it. Imagine showing the Reinhardt weapon skin with the fucking base Reinhardt armor. Kill some bugs? I could. But I'm like too tired to really get in a group or anything like that. I just kind of want to turn my brain off. Overwatch is my brain off game. We have less than 2 hours to stream. Eat some bugs? I mean, you could. I might play like Lucio or something. Ah.
What's that version of Hangman where chat guesses the word?
There's a version of Hangman where chat guesses the word. Oh! Words on stream? Chat, man. They are immortal, but they keep being themselves. I mean, if we had the ability or mind personality, what does it say? Marbles, AOX. Wait, hang on. Okay, we're not doing Apex. Is Chatman a thing? What the fuck is Chatman? Yes, words on stream. Got it. That's how you farm engagement, right? You just leave words on stream going. A free game that will boost your live streams by interaction. Will be around more, but hard forces me to play Apex. I still don't know if humans can access 5% of brains of the myth or not. It is. If you want some brain off mode engagement, words on stream is pretty good. Yeah, I mean, that's true. I wouldn't be able to do that for 2 hours, though. Maybe, like... Alright, who's giving me tits? I just looked up. Cape Delta boost Gartic phone with viewers. I actually had somebody reach out in DMs about potentially doing a Gartic phone, but I am real bad at drawing. Probably do marbles. I mean, I have marbles. I actually even have marbles downloaded. If you guys, I mean, if you guys are still wanting to chat, we could do marbles, and we can chat in the background. I don't have to play Overwatch. Hang out and do some marbles. Oh, Sugma wants to do marbles. All right. I'm really bad at marbles, by the way. Because I don't really play this, so I don't really know how to control it. Great battle of chat, yeah. Incorrect Twitch account. Please sign in with... Wait. Does it have to be on my other... Wait, hang on. Does it have to be on my other channel? Because that's what I signed in originally for marbles? That seems a little weird. I thought you meant the Marvels. Oh, no, 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 no. I have the same problem. Twitch account. I mean, yeah, because I changed my Twitch account. It's the link to my old account. Wait, you have to go to the dev Discord to get it fixed? Oh wow, okay. That's really unfortunate. Whoa, God. You can go to the website and link to Twitch that way. Yeah, let me see if I can fix it. This page isn't available for you right now. Oh my God. Okay. Oh. Huh. That's a thing. I didn't know it was going to show. Is it that one? Is it that one? Is it that one? Wait. What's the properties of that one? That is not the first descendant, chat. What? The game is like capturing is like, oh, this is the first descendant. I'm going to capture that. Like, no, it's not. Huh. All right. Yeah, weird. No, it just says you have to sign in with a different account. Okay, maybe, you know what? Maybe it's because...
What if I told you the One Piece isn't real?
Wow, my heart is broken. I have an idea. I'm gonna go to the local installs. And see if it's like a cached save or something. And we're gonna go check. See if it's a setting in here. Probably not in the engine. Not in Unreal. Most unenthusiastic heartbreak I've ever heard. Gosh. Crash reports. Not in the engine. Marbles and streams. Starting native. Attachments reports. Metadata. Settings. Date file. Dat file. Let's see. It wouldn't or shouldn't download anything, but I'm not entirely sure. It is a fresh install. That's the problem. I think it's legitimately... I don't know. Let me look something up real quick. Yeah, it's basically saying you have to contact the CTO and he'll get it fixed for you. That's really unfortunate. Yeah, your Steam account and your Twitch account are linked in Marbles. Yeah. So, like, Marbles is like, oh, this is the Steam user, and this in our database is where the Steam user's account is, and now these don't match, therefore you don't get to play. And I think the only way to fix that is essentially contacting their technology part and just being like, hey, can you unlink this to get it to work? And I cannot be fucked right now going into somebody's Discord, contact a game dev team, and be like, hey, I changed my Steam. Can you unlink? That is a stupid oversight. You are correct. You are correct indeed. So. That is unfortunate. So, no marbles. Not until that gets fixed. Dumb. What else can we do? Hang on. A 100-player Twitch chat party pack? That seems like a scary idea. Hang on, let me try this. Because I don't mind talking. Let me try. My eyes! Oh, what? See if it'll let me. Okay, alright. Unfucking necessary.
All right.
I gotta do login shit. Give me a second. Oh, what's this redeem? I got an idea. What's up?
What if we get the cube?
No, we're not getting the tungsten cube. It is far too expensive. Bet we couldn't bowl with Delta's head. Thanks, Senna. Alright. Ooh, wait, hang on. Did it work? Not really. Oh, that's unfortunate. But I have nope. That. Can I do hang on, was it function 11? That's 10, 11. Oh, am I still in there? Hang on. Or nope. Wait. Hang on. It's one of these buttons. Ah. Wait. What did I just how did this happen? How do I get this to go away? Oh. Okay. Oh, it turns out I can throw stuff at myself. Apparently. Scuff alert. I liked my scan doggo. Okay, good, Mimi. I'm glad. That would be funny seeing your head rolled. Yeah, it would be. All right, let me do a thing. Run on autopilot. Who gives a shit? That. And what? All right. If I do this. Oh, you guys cannot hear this. I mean, do you guys really need to hear the game? Oh, I should get out of the way, though. Oh, no, I'm still in the way. Hang on. I'm not in the way over here. I can talk to you from down here. It's fine. Okay, we're definitely turning off the music to this because that is destroying my brain. Holy crap. Okay. Oh, yeah. Okay, and then... let's see. Fucking... I should pipe the audio out to this to be... Alright, hang on. Settings. Then volume mixer. And then... that one. And we'll take this one, we'll go to B. Alright, you guys should be able to hear it now. Yeah, there we go. Okay, either. Ooh, that's a good one. What about ether? Like E-T-H-E-R? I'm not typing shit in. I'm just gonna help you guys, and whoever can type it the fastest can type it. Yeah, there's ether. Okay, we got here... What about tier? T-I-E-R? We had it ready. That's pretty funny. Three, that's a good one. Tire, that's a good one. Oh, I need to change my stream title. I'll do this, hang on. Entertain me. You are the streamer now. Alright, and we'll go, I'm gonna do, there you go. Oh my god. Well, we have clan, which is literally right there. Is Blanc a word? B-L-A-N-C-E? Isn't that like French for something? B-L-A-N-C? I don't remember. Balance? Blanc, no, yeah. I guess it's French. Yeah, minimum of 4 letters. Balance. Oh, it has to be in all lowercase? Oh, that's dumb. Mimi got sniped. Anal is a word. I love it. Hi, Plushy. Plushy, what you doing? Enable? N-A... Oh, there's no, we can't, there's no 2. Damn. I don't like Lance. Like L-A-N-C-E, like Lancelot, maybe? Clean? Ooh, okay, Plushy. Ba... Oh my god, you guys are fucking killing it. Oh, Lance! Lance was there. Nice. Good job, Mimi. Shit. Canal. He just added a C in front of anal. Bane? We already have it. Full. Fuck. Owl? No. God, I'm bad with English. Lace. Oh. Yeah, alright. Oop. Yo, Plush, if you wanna... If you're not busy, you can hang out on voice. I'm just gonna keep the mouse over here. Can you guys see this? You can. Let me turn this off. Hang on. Properties. Capture cursor off. There we go. Now you can't see it. Now I can just keep it here. How did you all miss anal? We didn't. Don't count balance in my heart. I'm sorry, Mimi. Year. Oh, we don't have an A. Well, we have deer. My favorite furry type. We have... Holy shit. You can make this many words with only 2 E's? Greed? Greed. Or Greedy. Greedy's one of the maximums, so whoever gets that one first. I'm waiting for it to come through on chat. Also VC. Okay, no problem. Did Greedy not count? How did Greedy not count? Or did it just not go through? Queem. Okay. No, it's okay. I just offered. Oh, there it is. Wow. Wow, Mimi. I'm so sorry. They already got one. They have to wait for it to unlock. Oh. I see. And then what's another one that uses all letters? The fuck. Oh god, I can't think of anything. Dude, this is fucking with me. Reed? Yeah, Reed's in there. Dredge? No. D-R-E. No. Oh god. Well, I wonder what the last one was. Yeah, I was thinking the same thing, but there's only one D. Swamp. Oh shit, number 2. Okay. I hit the reward button. What's this do? Oh. Okay. D's. Alt. Oh, Jesus. Something that uses the whole thing. Altin. Alton. Is Allah? Can you do that? There's only one A. I'm not sure what the 4 under the H means. Latin. How did that not work? Nail. Okay. Hail, tail, tall. Oh, wait. Do we get tail? Oh, my God. All the words that end with A-I-L. Nail, tail, hail. Oh, we can't do ale. Jesus. What is the fucking... What is the maximum? Lint. Okay, that's a good one. INTs. INT. Hint? We don't have hint yet. I don't think we have hint. Thin. Thin. Do we have thin? We don't have thin and we don't have hint. There's the thin. And we need hint. H-I-N-T. Anthill. Jesus Christ. And there's hint. Okay. Anthill. I didn't know anthill was one word. Skipped 2 levels? Holy shit. Ooh, plushie. Look at you go. Year. Bean. Near. Ooh, yeah, yarn. Bear. Oh, wait. Yeah, never mind. It's not bean. B-E-A-N. Wait, B-E-A-N is a thing? Sorry. Yeah, I'm not dumb. I have 2 hands now because I finished my ice cream. Oh, God, no, she's speedy. Nearby. Ooh. Okay. Bane, yeah. Yane, rain. Level completed. Holy shit. Huh. I know straw too, been a bit. Yarn? Y-A-R, yarn. Y-A-R-N. Jesus Christ. Plushie, are you like in my walls? Like, wait, is Ryan one? Could you do R-Y-A-N? Do proper nouns work? Dude, what the fuck? I tried yarn twice and check my logs. If you guess something, so you'll see there's this by my ear here. If you guess something, you're not allowed to guess another word until you get unlocked by this little unlock symbol. So once you guess something, you can't guess again unless you get unlocked. Yeah. Okay, guess you can't do Ryan. Near, meow, meow. All right, we're going to level 5 apparently. Maybe it's Nair. Said I got the high score on that one. Set up fucking taking off here. Over, obviously. Overcome. First person to get overcome. It's gonna get the max value. It was fucking Sugma. Good job, Sugma. Mirror. Hey, plushie, mirror. Over. I was gonna say ovary. Remove. Okay, that's a good one. Wait, that means there's move. 4. Chat. Calm the fuck down. Plushie, Sugma, stop that. The fact that you both guessed it at the same time. You stop that. Room. Tardbark, no. Is there corn? No. Wait, is there come over? Forward, stop. Ooh, plushie. Okay, cover. Nice. Mover. M-O-V-E-R. Like, you know, somebody who moves stuff.
Just to double check, are you sure it's not vor?
Vroom. No one's gonna put in mover, huh? I'm giving you a free 5-letter skill. Oh, you already have it. Shit, never mind. Vroom. Creme. Ooh, fancy. Wait, does that mean there's cream? No, because we don't have an A. Jesus Christ, 116 out of 88. Calm down, guys. Veer. Oh, like veneer. Wait, wait, did we have veneer? We totally had veneer. Oh, fuck, we totally had veneer. Oh, well. No, it's not vor. Oh, no, it's for us too. Good job. Sin, Sugma, plushie, and okay. Plushie back in the first. If you're off the road. Like, but there's also veneer. I don't know if we had 3 though. I don't know if we had 3 E's. Library? L-I-B-R-A... Library? Is that? Oh, yeah, there you go. By the way, library is spelled L-I-B-R-A-R-Y. I don't know why, but it is. Yeah, rip no fraud too. 5G internet, baby. Rivalry. R-I-V... Liar. Well, liar and lair, so like... Ivory. IV. We don't have an O. Oh God. R. We have 2 R's we can use. Like, what about? Oh, we don't have an E. I was gonna say berry. E-E-R-Y or R-R-Y. Y. Rail. Okay, yeah. Uh, yeah, I don't think so. Braille, that's a good one. Brail, yeah. Or Brial, I think. Briar? Jesus Christ. Wait, have we not gotten Braille? How the fuck do you spell Braille? Hang on. Brial. No, that's not right. Oh, because it's it's Braille. Oh, V was the false letter. Womp. Yeah, we don't got this one. So we'll have to, so you have to, no, not 4. So Libra are pretty good. So at this level, if there's a false letter, if you guess a word and you know you're right on the word guess, that means that one of those letters in that word is the false letter. It's all gone downhill. Yeah, that was a tough one. So total rankings, Sin still at the top. Plushie real fucking close though. Senna and Nosferatu. So Senna, Nosferatu, and Sugma are all fighting for third right now with 44, 46, and 47. Plushie creeping up at Sin with 64. And Blizz and Mimian are just kind of chilling out. I love this game. Okay, cool. Sneer, S. No, we don't have an N. Well, we have Veer again. Verse is a good one, yeah. Wait, what about reverse? Revers. Isn't reverse maximum? Servers. Oh. I'm waiting for everyone to jump up with a reverse now who just guessed. Do we not have it? We might not have enough. Reverse. Revers. Oh, we don't have enough E's. That's why. We only have 2 E's and reverse has 3. Isn't versus VER? How many S's do we have? We have 2 S's. So versus, like you're versing someone. So VERSES, I think. Really? It didn't count? Oh, that's weird. That's definitely a. Oh, Code already got it. That's why. I was like, I'm pretty sure that's a word. Someone already did it. Yeah. Okay. I didn't see it. Revs? Oh, okay. Yeah. REES, REER, REV, RESE, RESER. What about like revere? Is revere a word? Like you revere someone? Do we already have that? Is that enough? R-E... Or is revere 3 E's? How do you spell revere? Is that with an A? Am I dumb? Yeah, it is with 3. It is with 3 E's. Okay, damn. Yeah, I don't know anything else. I wish it would tell you the ones you missed. Like, I really wish it would have, like, a little pop-up which it told you, like, which ones you didn't get. Just so you can be, I don't know, better in your vocabulary or whatever. To Sin fucking blew it out of the water. Jesus Christ. Ooh, okay. Lilac? L? No, there's only one L. Be the first one to find an anagram. And wait, anagrams count? That's not right. An anagram. Wait, like laser? Like that's an anagram, right? Because it's a word that spells out a thing. Cyan, C-Y-A-N. Yeah, why didn't that work? Wait, Mimi, why didn't that work? Oh, it's because we already got it. Segment already got it. That's why. Kane. Cynic. Oh, yeah, because we have cynical. Yeah. That makes sense. God, my fucking vocabulary sucks. Clay. Yeah, okay. Cyanic? What the fuck is a cyanic? What? Oh, oh, interesting. Blue or azure. Okay. I mean, cyan's my favorite color. I didn't know cyanic was a word. Huh. I don't know, man. I'm slow today. It's okay, Mimi. Don't worry. We're here to have fun. We're just hanging out. We're fucking listening to lo-fi and playing with words. Like, we're not doing anything fancy. Yeah, I can't think of anything else, huh? You guys did really good that round, though. All right, so who came out? Who came out on top this time? Skip 2 levels. Dude, Sin fucking crushed it. I'm no bottom. Oh, wow. Okay. No, that doesn't work. Visuals. Yeah, okay. V Sale. Okay, yeah. Oh, that makes way too much sense. You just dropped the S. Yeah, Sin's taking this one away. So sales. Having that extra S in there is like really fucking stuff up. ISIS. What? Visa, yeah. Okay. I play this too much. I mean, hey. What about Vice? Oh, we don't have a C. Vials. Oh, like vial, like a vial of, yeah, like a vial of blood. That makes sense. So we don't have vial, so somebody can get that. Yeah. Uvula? Uvula? We don't have 2 U's. Damn. Oh yeah, man, I'm really bad at this one. Savvy? Is savvy a word? Like if it's S-A-V-E, not S-A-V-I, right? Like if you're savvy at something? Hang on, let me look that up. Yeah. Yeah, it's not a word. It's or it's spelled differently. It's savvy, S-A-V-V-Y, that's right. Sin's just like, yeah, don't worry, I got this. I'm just gonna carry. I did terrible on that one. Yeah, I wasn't doing too hot on that one either. My brain just went to pneumonia. Okay, so there's a fake letter in this one, guys. So if you guess something and it doesn't pop up, it might be fake, and it could be the P, because the N, M, and E are valid. N, A, M, E. So it's R, P, or U, and U's valid. So it's the R or the P that's fake. Yeah, the R or the P is fake. It's the P. The P's the fake letter. So ignore the P. You can't get any words with P in it. It's just EUMRNA. No, again, the P's the fake one. Maroon? Is M-A-R Maroon. M-A-R-U-N-E? Is maroon? Maroon's a word, right? No, it's M-A-R-O-O-N. I'm an idiot. Never mind, ignore me. I have the sound of the letters in my head, but I don't have the spelling right. Mayor. Yeah, okay. Yeah, P's the fake one. Meaner. Meaner, meaners. Moon! Menu? No, we don't have two U's. Wait. No. Oh, we already have it. Damn it. Fuck. Oh, lost. I'm drowning. Rear. Okay, Mimi, I believe in you. Ramen? Did we have an N? Could we have gotten ramen? Wait, could we have gotten ramen? Did we miss glorious ramen? Our ramen? Ramen wasn't a word. I tried it. Really? Huh. Weird. Oh, God. Hey. We got an hour. Would you guys mind if I went and made some ramen? I can just leave this going, right? You guys will have fun without me for a bit. Oh, I can actually make it behind me. Because I have the microwave in here. Actually, I might not even need to leave. I have water in here, too. Do I have a fork? I don't think I have a fork in here anymore. No, it's just knives. I have to get a fork, but... Salami! Hi, newbie. Liam Neeson. Okay, there's a fake letter. It's probably the Z. Yeah, it's got to be the Z. We used everything but the Z. Male? Oh, do we have M-A-L-E? We don't have an A-E. Lambs? Okay. Like lambs to the cosmic slaughter. Alias? That's a good one. That's a real good one. Sale. That's a good one. Liar? L-I-A. We don't have an R. Lias? Leeson? Liam? Damn. No, we can't use the Z. We already got sale. Maze? M-A-Z. We don't have an E. God, why do I keep thinking there's an E? Vor? No, Todd Park. There's no Vor. Islam. Yeah, you'd think, right? We have so many four-letter words we don't have. What about slam? S-L-A-M. Oh, we have that. Fuck. Ales. Yeah. Ames. Nice. Okay. Malls? Mala? It's fucking... Dude, I have no idea. I'm so bad at this game. It's getting close though, guys. It's getting close. Where we barely scraped by that time. We might not get the next one. Nosferatu plushie. Okay. All right. I'm actually so invested in this. I don't want to make food. Oh God, what is this? So update. Okay,
Ads are going to start in a couple of minutes.
So the
Please
V is
be
the false
patient.
letter. Yeah, the V is the false letter. So not V, huh? Doot. Doot. Pute. Pate. Pave. P-A-V-E. Oh no, the V's the false letter. Shit. Oh yeah, they go taped. That's a good one. Yeah. Okay. Tear. Tear's a word. T-A-R. We don't have an R. Fuck. I say T-A-R-E is what you do when you use a measurement thing, and you click on it and you tear it. It's to reset it to 0. Yeah, but we don't have an R though. Udati.
It must be Vor.
No,
There's
it's
no
not
way
vor.
it isn't vor. I'm telling you guys right now, the answer has to be vor.
I am back. By the way, it'll be a while, but in like 50 days or something, I'm changing my username. Connect my channel. So just tell me. I just want to let you know because you're okay. Okay, Zentra. Oh, these 3-letter words we can't use. I know, right? Duet. Oh, that's a good one. That's a good one. Oh, we cleared it. What? I'm just making up words at this point. Diva? Aped? Aped is a word? Okay, you guys eked by at the very end with those words. Not like you wouldn't have cleared it, but just like look at the new guy coming. Look at newbie coming into chat and kicking everyone's butt. I tried aped. No. British chatters, pretty good. A little sad. Finish it. Really good. Oh, that's good. Lions. Aw. Okay, fake letter, huh? Biome? B-I-O-M-E? Have you tried biome? Nope, guess not. B-I-O-M-E. So the L is it's the Z again. So the Z is a bad letter. Okay. Mile. Hi, Melody. Look, if you're a new chatter, I'm gonna say hi to you. I don't care if you don't follow. I'm still saying hi. Maybe you'll come watch my other stuff, which is not me spectating things. I do other stuff, guys. I'm actually kind of entertained. Ow.
Welcome, P&L.
Thanks. I'm actually entertaining off stream or on stream. You know what? Never mind. Hi, PNL. Okay, so we got you. Ah! Thanks, Blizz. Blow me. Blow me. Bowl. There's no W. Oh no, there's an ad break coming up. Oh, there is an ad break. Whoops. I'm sorry, guys. If they can remember the letters, then they can still participate. Or if they have ad block, either one. I'm gonna go make my ramen now. Give me a second. Don't. But I'm gonna make people. Okay, look. If anyone comes in while I'm gone, tell them I said hi. Ad block doesn't work on Twitch. My U block does. I don't know, but I don't get ads on mobile either. So man. Sin. Ooh, Pianel, nice. Plushie doing good. Newbie doing good. Nosferatu, Todd Bark, and that's your. Sin's crushing it. Oh, there's a mystery letter. Maybe it's an E. What about like cafe? Somebody do cafe. Oh, and there's a fake one too. Okay, so it's formal. F-O-R. The hidden letter is an R? Okay. So the hidden letter is an R. The fake letter is C? Yeah, okay. Hidden letter is an R, fake letter is C. So have fun with that. I'm gonna go do stuff. By stuff, I mean, you know. Ramen. I'm gonna do ramen stuff. Because Christy got me ramen and I wanna eat ramen. You guys are just here for my words on stream. I'm kidding. I'm trying to provide fun commentary, so it's not just literally. By the way, jingly keys, jingly keys, jingly keys, jingly keys. Plushie, jingly keys, jingly keys. Frame? Flora, that's a good one. Keys. Keys. How to get chat's attention, just jangle keys in front of them. Oral, okay. Alright. See how crushed the noodles are in this. It's not terrible. Okay. Cheesy ramen. Cheesy ramen. All right, I'll be right back. I gotta go put water in my ramen and get a fork. Farm. We already have farm. You guys got it though. I'll stay here for a second so I can get you guys the next one. Top 3 are all screaming into an AI chatbot right now. I can tell. Dude, I don't care. I want to see how far you guys can get.
Welcome back from ads. Thank you for the
I don't
pennies.
think Sin would do that. I think Sin's just well versed. I do it though. You do like a Scrabble finder or whatever. I'm just screaming. It's a co-op game, guys. Come on. Symbol. And some people do this a lot. So the hidden letter is M. Probably V. V is probably the fake letter. Alright, be right back. I already got 63 out of 67. Okay. Clay. AC. What about... Oh, never mind. Okay. You guys don't know me. I'm just a dog. Don't mind me. First got aim off for worse on stream. Skipped 3 levels, huh? Wait. Alrighty, let's go to the next one. Maybe. I'm washed. Dude, it's alright. I just immediately see jungle. Language. Gang. Jungle. Okay, so one of those is the... It's not vor. One of those is the... Something in jungle is bad. Is it the J? Is the J the bad letter? Yeah, J's the bad letter. Okay, so J's the bad letter, and the hidden letter is... Fucking, I don't know. Is it a second? Hang on. Oh, it's an A. Oh, it's double A's. Clue. GLUE. Wait, yeah, you can't do glue? Are we like, oh my god, are we like, you have to be 5 letters or more? Holy shit, okay. Bot account for sure. How though? One hell of a smart bot for screen peeking. I don't know. What you got? Algae? Okay. Jangle. gaggle. I'm just making it up at this point. I mean, I understand, man. It's fine. Level 20. Holy crap. Pionel is just like, yeah, I got this. Dude, holy shit. At least I'm top 5. Contrary, huh? The answers are now hidden? It's gonna be the answer eventually. I don't think they're like, they let it in or something. No, yes. Aaron? Hi, Psychic. I am just so far out of my depth here. This is the part of English that I don't wander into. But Crayon's a brand name. That shouldn't count. Front. F-R-O-N-T. F-R-O-N-T. So F-R-O or N or T must be one of the hidden letters. Or not the hidden letter, the one of the bad ones. Oh my god, and you can't tell now because you can't see the answers, so it's a lot harder. Yeah, I have no idea what's going on at this point. I'm a level like 1 through 4 kind of guy, not a level 20 kind of guy. Oh shit, okay. Go quick. Crony. Contra. I didn't know Contra was a word. Factory. I don't think we got it. Canter. Womp. That's pretty good, though. That's pretty good. Not gonna lie. Damn, PNL and Psychic are the only two that were able to get anything in that last one. That was pretty hard. I am, ow.
Welcome, Psychic_Clint.
Hi. Hi, it's my first time here. How are you? We're going good. I didn't really want to play any games today too much, just because we did a lot of just chatting today. So instead of me doing stuff, we were like, let's do marbles on stream. And then that didn't go over well because it was linked to my old Twitch. And we're like, I don't know, fucking words on stream, I guess. So, and now we're here. But for those who are new, who are just checking me out, who are probably primary play in this category, Snake. Oh, there's no N. Oh, that's a word. Hi, my name's Delta. I'm a variety VTuber, as you can probably tell. I'm relatively down to earth. I'm a genuine kind of guy, and I do random streams every day. I stream every day, all the time, every day. No, I'm just kidding. I just stream from 4 p.m. to 10 p.m. Eastern. So we're coming up on the end of stream in about an hour. But I do other stuff. If you're ever bored of words on stream or want to come check me out, you can feel free. Sometimes I'm in just chatting, and sometimes I'm not. Only ever got to be in English. Manga going to the game. Constantly getting 4 out of 10. Sake! Ah, what? Why? Is sake actually a word in English? Did that actually take? Oh, it is. Okay. There you go, Nosferatu. I got you on the board. I mean, technically, Hanzo got you on the board because I'm just sitting here like, sake. Takis? Wait, Porsche, did you get Takis? Oh, wait, that's takes. Never mind. You're welcome. The last one. Task. Holy shit, we finally got all of them. That's crazy. Oh, it's Thugma popping off. Okay. Damn it. We're gonna let those egg noodles. We're gonna let that shit absorb. Let's see, what do we got here? Minimums in swim. Mini? M-I-N-I? M-I-N-I. Yeah, we can do mini. Is minis a word? Like miniatures, like minis? Swimming. Ah. No, psychic, you said swimming. Almost bud. Miming. Okay. Minim? Didn't know that was a word. Got some real thesaurus in chat. Ban the cheaters. Ah, yes, cheating in my PvE game. Wising. I mean, do we have wise? W-I, oh no, we don't have an E. Jesus Christ. That is insane. Damn, plushie. Good job. Skibbity. I have a feeling that that's not in this. Rancor. Newt. I would love it if Newt was a word. Knock. Okay. God, something that uses the entire thing. Rock. Rock knot? No. Rocket? Wait, it's rocket? Oh, there's a fake letter. Oh, is it R? It is the R. Fucking knew it. The R's the fake letter. Punk. Wait, Senna. That's real close there, buddy. I don't think we're allowed to say. Wait, can we say? Never mind. I'm sure they would not put that in the game, right?
Skibbity Vorel Riz Level 5 Gaiat only in Ohio Sigma Gigachad, based and wordpill, no cap.
I hate that no cap was like paused for the end. I hate it so much. Conk is in the game. Interesting. Nice, good job, Plush. That's a funny word. Don't worry about it. Rook? Yeah, the R's the fake letter. Kook? Like kook, like cookie? Is kook a word? I don't think kook is a word, is it? Tune? Interesting. I didn't think tune would be a word. Unto. Oh, that's a good one. That's a good word. I like that word. What's the last one? Can anyone get it? Kook! Yeah, I was right. It was kook. Dude, Nosferatu. Thank you for believing in me. I honestly didn't think it was going to be a word. Space kook. I'm so glad somebody guessed kook for me. Your gifts have been delivered from 12. I just got a notification 12 minutes ago that my gifts have been delivered. And I definitely got this like 6 hours ago. Ended? Depends. Ooh, that's a good one. Let's see. Neep. Deepen? No, that wouldn't work. Peen. Why do I hate the fact that peen is a word? Nah, I don't believe that. That's fake. Psychic. Melody. Okay. All right. Hey, Studio got on the board. That worked. Yeah, right. Hidden letter and fake letter. Part of the head. The top part of a hammer that's opposite the flat end. Oh, yeah. Okay, that makes sense. Okay, now I can mix. Please don't burn my hands, motherfucker. Office. Office is an office, yeah. Works. Office. Okay. Um. So the X is obviously the fake one, but the question is, what's the... Is it an E? It is an E. So the hidden one's an E. So if you need an E, you can get an E. Life. Voice? Dude, tell me why this like $1.30 ramen thing has almost as much cheese packet as a fucking like entire thing of the Kraft mac and cheese. Tell me why ain't nothing but a heartbreak. Alright. I'm just looking at chat at this point. Just like looking at all the guesses. I can't help you guys anymore. I like you're better than me. You're just straight up better than me. What do I do, you know? I just sit there and go, oh, that's a word. Didn't know that. Hey, give me 1 second. I'm sturming my ramen. I'm sturming my ramen. Hey, Nosferatu got on the board. Nice job. I had to scoff, but I'm bad at spelling. Yeah, that's fair. That's one way to spell continue. Ow. Okay, well, can't hold that with my hands because apparently it's still too hot. Cadbury. Century. Are the hidden? I wonder if the hidden letters are always like the same letters. You know? Like it's always a vowel or it's always like something. This is the only way I could figure out if people are actually able to get that reliably. Cutie. That's a good one. Yuri. That is a Japanese word. Bruce. That's a good one. Yeah. Oh, I didn't know erect was a word. I was just thinking erect. I swear I see a swear word in there. I guess so. The fuck is an erect? No idea. I can Google search it though. Oh. You know what it is? Is it erect? The like past tense of erect? Like something was erect? Like stood up? 2 boxes of mac and cheese and mix my happy. Oh, that sounds good. Hmm. Anal. I mean, I know anal's a word in this now. Thing. Anals. Ah, yes, the more than one anal. The anals. G is the letter. Okay. Damn. Some of y'all skilled. The annals of history. I mean, I know it's annals or whatever. But. Nope, it's the annals. I love having a big pot. Yeah, that's fair. Tinny. Okay. So, do I have to do continue? Or can anyone in chat do continue? Has to be me. Okay. Making mac and cheese in a saucepan, you can only really do a box at a time. Yeah. Oh god, I'm so happy to have this cheesy ramen goodness again in my life. Airtime, huh? One of the I's is fake, and the hidden letter is an E. So, you can only use one I, and the hidden letter is an E. This just goes to show. I mean, people could be using just a chatbot, plugging in the random letters and just being like, what do these make? Or whatever. Or like have a site for it, or whatever. But this just goes to show how little English I actually know. I was making mac and cheese in a saucepan. Oh yeah, this is why I can't play Scrabble. Did me either. I want to play a game. I want to play a game of Scrabble where you can only use up to 5 letters in a word. Like if you get a word that's over 5 letters, you're not allowed to use it. Oh, is it Q? Oh. Oh yeah, because airtime has 2 E's in it. Or 2 I's, rather. And do we already have retire? R-E-T... Wait, why did retire not work? Huh. Is retire not a... Wait. Mater? It's Mater! Oh no! Rip. It's Mater! Almost. Well, Psychic and Pinelli the same amount. That's fine. Yes, the person who mates the Mater. S-P-E-L-L. Oh, wait. Never mind. We're at 5 or higher now. Well, I helped someone. I said spell, and apparently spelling is in there. Maybe I'm not useless after all. Illness. That's a good one. I cannot say your name. Hi, welcome, Manny Kazak? Maniakzak? Yeah, sure. Okay. Whatever. However I say your name. Hi. Please. This is definitely one of those games that has like a dedicated player base who's just like, yeah, I just go onto Twitch to play Words on stream. That's my game. And it's kind of funny. I know I won't probably see you guys outside of this game, and that's totally fine. It's just, it's funny that, like, there are games like that on Twitch where people are just like, yeah, I just go on to Twitch to hang out in chats and play games. And just being like, wow, Twitch just is a game. Psychic. Okay, Manny.
So I think we need to get the cube, but let's get a smaller cube.
I mean, look, if I put a tiny tungsten cube on my thrones list, I'm sure someone will get it for me. Sorry. Culprit. 2 fake letters? Holy shit, it's moving so fast now. Rotate, boy, rotate. I mean, X is probably one of the fake letters. But. Ports. P-O-R-T. Usurp. Did we already have usurp? Probably. It's moving so... Crust! I don't know. C-R... C-R-U... C-R-U-S-T? R-U... I don't know. Did we already get crust? Wait, crust is a 4-letter word and there's 5 only. Ah! Maybe it's a fake letter. Spear? SP... Nope, that is not any... Nope, not even a close. I'm bad at game. Cutter. Bye, Studio. C and the X. Interesting. An O, huh? Roost? R-O-U-S-T? Okay. No, that's 2 O's. Damn. Wait, it was R-O-U-S-T. Holy shit! I was thinking like a roost, like a chicken nest or something. I did not think that was actually gonna work. You know, English. Just throw R and O, just throw O and U next to other letters and everything's fine. Yeah, PO's killing it. Okay. I'm out. This has gone way beyond my realm of comprehending. I mean, this must be so good. This must be... Wormst. This must be so gratifying for people who are just like, I love learning random like English words. This has to be like the best game ever for like those type of people who are like, yeah, I did really great in English and I really liked learning English languages, the English language and learning words about it. But I never had a place where I had any use for it. And just being like, oh my god, there's a game? It's like real life Scrabble? Varying? Is it the J? Probably the J, right? I don't know. Can you put vagina in? Is that a... Grainy. Ooh, okay. Raying. You can do the act of ray? Gravy. Gravy. Yeah, that is 5 letters. Oh, interesting. It's 1 letter. It's one word. Ingress? Or, no, that's egress. Isn't it rainy? It is rainy. Okay. Holy shit, we're at level 30? When did this happen? Yo, Nosferatu, I'd like to point out you're number 4 in the total ranking. Just letting you know. Because you hung in there. Everyone else left. Everyone else is like, I'm being beaten. I don't want to play anymore. Not you. You hang in there. Liter? L-I-T-E-R? L-I-T-E-R? L-I... Fuck, I don't know. Heroin. Shelter. Okay. Hentai! Little? No. Ethers. Okay. 2 hidden letters. I feel like the Q is probably the thing that's, one of the fake letters. What about S-H-E-L-L? Is like one of the hidden ones a second L? No, it's a second E. Okay. I'm not even looking at the letters anymore. Esther? Okay. On the board! Yeah. Sheet, we have that one. Shield, sleet. That's just a good one. Sleet. Like, yeah. Leers? Damn. Terse. Trees. Reels. Reset. Oh, is anyone gonna get the reset in? Did we make it in time? I don't think we made it in time. GG's. 33 though, that's higher than what we got before. Sure, we'll do it again. I got time. We got time for 1 or 2 more. Penis. Oh, there's no P. Never mind. There's 3 eyes? Devoid? No, we don't have an E. Well, there's void, obviously. Division. Ah. N I? Division and vision. Yeah, that makes sense. Scion, which is S-I-O-N. Void, which is V-O-I-D. Zone. 3 eyes is weird. I have an R, so we can't do siren. Voids. Yeah, that'll do it. Code. Dinos and voids. I think those are the 2 left. So us versus the world. I don't think Dino is one. Yeah. Well, I said something else that wasn't void. I said something that was in there, and I don't remember what it was. Shit, what was it? NOS? No. NIOS? No. Dino? It's too many eyes. I'm getting fucked with. There's too many eyes. Okay. All right. Let's see. The long one? Yeah. Geez, what would the long one be? Survey. Ah. SUR. Oh. I'm on the board! Someone's trying to troll stream. You can't troll me. I have direct access. Why is there a heat map? I feel like it's Tardbark in the background, just being a poop. I gotta go to sleep. It's 2:30 a.m. All right, Psychic. Thanks for playing. It's fine. Oh God. No, 4 letters. Ruse. Okay. We literally did the same thing backwards. That's funny. Why me? Because you're a troll. That's why. We already have that one. User. That's a good one. I thought you were going to bed. Sewer? Like somebody who sues people? I tried. VUER. User we got. I don't know. My final word. Okay. Revy. Years? No. Yours? Yearn? We have an N? We don't have an N. Suve? Suvi? Berry? Yeah, we have Berry. Okay, I mean, I'm gonna put this in because I'm this. So, you know. I don't have a T. Fuck. Coca-Cola! Coca-Cola! Jesus Christ. What words can you make with this? COA. We don't have coach. Cool. Ball. Okay. Double L's, yeah. Loach. Call. Jesus, I am drawing a blank here. Loca. Chow. Call. Fucking. Oh, alcohol. I don't know how to spell it though. I got the big one! Look at me, guys. I have a big brain. Yeah, I got nothing. I got nothing else. I'm sorry. I wasted all my brain power on that. Coal? Like coal from a plant? Coral. We don't have an R, so I can't do that. I put it in A. This is so sad. I know, right? We already have a local. Dude, man, that's rough. All right. I think we're good now. I think that should be the end of stream. I quit. Yeah, I'm quitting too. It's okay. But yeah. I hope you guys had fun. In the meantime. What? You want to do another one, Tardbark? Why are you spraying me? I did nothing wrong. All right then, we're ending stream. Thank you. At least somebody's nice to me here. I'm gonna pop onto Twitch real quick. I don't really want to spend too much time rating. I really should. I really should. But we'll go see if anyone who I'm following is online. I must have all my points. Vary's online. Chroma is streaming. Christy is streaming. I'm obviously not rating Emon. He has 6,000 people. I don't know if. Okay, name a game. You guys name a game, and I'll go check. I'll
Ads
check.
are going to begin in a few minutes.
You've got the please be patient part. Tetris. All right, well, let's go see who's streaming Tetris. Tetris 99. Can I suggest someone? I mean, yeah, I could check them out. We're looking for someone to raid. Yeah, I want to raid somebody with like 5 or less. Ideally, somebody small. Hot tub stream? No. Adorable kittens. She's got 16. Yeah. Somebody small. I wanna show some love tonight. Show some love tonight. +1 for this? No. Does adorable kittens have more than 5 people watching? No guy playing BG3 with only 3 viewers? Alright, put their name in chat. I'll check them out. I also look. This guy I follow only has 6. Wait, I only have 6 viewers right now? That's too funny. Okay. Grab him. Dude.
Welcome back from ads. Thank you for the pennies.
Ah, you remember the whole thing. Yeah, they seem cool. I'll raid them. I'm gonna raid and run. So I can... Yeah. Alright, everybody. I'm gonna head off. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for playing. I appreciate it. Thanks for chatting. A whole big yapping stream today. That was fun. Haven't done that in a while. And we're gonna go raid somebody. Okay, bye. Take care.